This is the best possible start to Albion Online, updated mid-June 2025 with the latest patch. Here's everything you're going to learn in this extensive full video. How to get early freebies when making your account, the best settings and the best client to use, not the Steam one. How to skip weeks of grinding by speedrunning very easy to complete journal quests that give insane rewards. What and how to level fast to do all the content in the game, how to secure silver, which is the game's currency, so that you never go broke and you can always be playing without having to farm. How to level up fast with no risk or luck involved. And also how to earn silver passively once you've played for a few weeks. And all of this is done as a free-to-play, guildless solo player. Let me show you how to get early freebies for bonus experience points, and in this game, experience points is referred to as fame. So from here on out, I'm going to be calling it fame, alright? And yes, that's what the game calls experience points. It's weird, I know, but all you have to do is right below this video, there is a link, and this is a different one of my Albion videos. This is one of my earlier, now outdated guides. But you scroll down, you expand the description here, and after the timestamps, there is... If you want to play Albion Online, click here. Just click this link. What this will do is take you to the albiononline.com homepage, which you can see here at the top. And then all you have to do is just click register and do your usual stuff. Now, if you happen to already have registered, then you can only do this if you haven't made a new character yet. You click login and log in with your info, and that's it. Once you complete Tutorial Island... And after that, you will get an in-game mail with some extra gifts. And because I am the most referred person in Albion Online, you get more gifts from me than from someone else. So make sure to use my link, and there you go. You get extra stuff. Now, let's talk about which client to use. There are 3 clients, as far as I'm aware. There is the native client from the website albiononline.com. There is the Steam version, from Steam, obviously, and the Epic Games Store client, which the Epic Games Store client is technically also the native client. Once you've downloaded that one, you can still log into that account with the native client. It's just easier to use the native client. Here's why you should use the native client, alright, because it has cheaper in-store prices. If you ever want to spend real money on this game, and sometimes there's some really good deals, it's cheaper. If you go on Steam, you have to pay a premium because Steam takes a cut, so the company adjusts the prices higher. All right. There's also less downtime. If Steam servers are down on Tuesday 5 p.m. maintenance, then you cannot play Albion, whereas everyone else technically can. Also, it is way easier to access the test server with the native client, which you may want to use once you've learned the game a bit to test out different weapons, specializations, and explore areas without other players trying to kill you. Next up, everyone that plays this game long-term, and I mean everyone, has multiple accounts for multiple characters to use for things like crafting, scouting, price checking, and so much more. You are eventually going to want to have multiple accounts, and having multiple accounts is not against the game rules. It does not break any rules. It is not bannable. The only thing that breaks the rules is playing the accounts at the same time. You're not allowed to do that, only if they have premium active and they're in save zones, but the game will scan your computer and IP address, and it'll learn if you're trying to do that, and it won't let you log in anyway if you are. Real quick, let's go over the best pre-game settings before you even open the game on the native launcher. Hopefully you have the native launcher. If you have it on Steam, I don't know how to access this. Another reason not to use Steam. But here is the Albion client, the native client. So click this settings button in the bottom left corner. It's going to open up this menu. Now, under General, you want to have this box checked, Clean Temporary Folder on Close. If you don't, your load times will start to increase over time, which means... the longer that you load, the harder it is to run from gankers when you switch zones. Trust me on this one. You definitely want this this box filled up, okay? All right, don't have that. That's not checked, and then this is checked. So make sure there's a little white square there, all right? Next up, under graphics, all right, you can copy what I have, but you generally want to play with the best possible graphics that your computer can handle. And this game is a Unity game from 2017. Most people can probably run this on the best possible graphics. So the reason why you want that is to be able to see hidden treasures. It's all about those hidden treasures, and finding them is just free money on the ground, as well as seeing particle effects from different spells, enchantment levels from other players, and skinnable or gatherable things on the ground. Alright, so just a few extra ones here. Let me go ahead and scroll down the window. There's a few important ones, and that is window animations. Turn this off. So what is a window animation? When you open your inventory, it instead of instantly popping up on your screen, it like zooms into your inventory from nothing. And it's like a whole 300 to 400 millisecond delay. And if you have window animations on and you're trying to steal loot from a dead body or a treasure chest that a lot of other players are also trying to loot, you will never outloot them if you have this on. You just won't. By the time you open that treasure chest and the window is zooming in to pop up on your screen, everyone else already has the window popped up and they've already taken everything. So turn this off. Next up is highlight obscured. This will put a colored highlight around monsters, enemies, and players hiding behind objects and yourself so that you don't lose where you are. It's very important to have this on so people can't be sneaky and enemies won't ambush you if you're walking through a dungeon or something. Next up is camera shake. I highly advise that you turn this off in a massive Zerg versus Zerg battle, which means like 100 players versus 100 players. Having this on will just make your screen shake constantly like there's an earthquake. Finally, bloom. Turn this on. I know that sounds weird. Every other game ever, you want this off, but on this game, you want bloom on. This will put a golden yellow glow around hidden treasures, allowing you to see them when you would normally just ride by them and not notice them. Alright, let's talk about the best server to play. As of recording this, there are 3 servers: the America server, which is also known as West, the Europe server, and the Asia server. Generally, you would pick whichever one has the best ping. However, there are some things you need to know before making a choice, alright? So, the Asia server is the de facto worst server to play on. Everyone that I know that played on Asia left to go to Europe or back to West because it has the most cheaters, the economy is completely ruined, and it has the biggest PK Zergs, making it really unfun to play as a solo player. Europe has the most English speakers, it has the least amount of cheaters, it has the best economy, it also has the most streamers and YouTubers that play, they all play on that server now. Not me though, I play on West. Now, West in America server has the most Spanish and Portuguese speakers. It also has the strongest and richest players because it is the oldest server. And it also has the highest prime time population in safe zones. And I misspelled population, did you notice that? I want to talk about character creation real fast, and that is you can change your appearance basically anytime in the game. However, if you want to change your gender from male to female or female to male, it does cost real money, and the real money currency in this game is called gold. So keep that in mind if you want to roleplay as a girl or whatever. You're going to have to pay real money, so make your choice accordingly. Now, there is no difference in hitboxes. There is no weird frame skipping or fighting game tech in Albion. So your character, however it looks, whatever gender it is, it does not matter. A warning when making character names. If you have a naughty or a really just inappropriate name in this game, you can't change names. But if you have a bad name, moderators, game masters, other players will report you, whatever, and you will be forcefully renamed to Googly Moogly with 4 random numbers. So if you ever see a Googly Moogly running around the game world or in the chat, they had a really bad name before they were name changed. Another note, when using the in-game chat, which does not open until after Tutorial Island, anything that upsets a Janny, and that's short for janitor, as known as a moderator or a game master, can get you temporarily muted or permanently muted. Anything that upsets them, even if it doesn't have any bad words, even if it's culturally appropriate or anything of the sort, just don't talk to moderators, don't talk to janitors. If game masters or mods show up in the chat, and they do every single day, just zip your lip and just wait till they leave to start talking again, because if you upset them over anything, like if they stub their toe and they're in chat complaining about a stubbed toe, and you ask them, haha, that's what you get, or whatever, then they will just mute you out of revenge, and there's nothing you can do about it. And if you put in a support ticket, it's going to take 2 weeks for them to answer that ticket, so just don't even test the waters, just avoid them at all costs. New with this patch, if you are brand new to the game and you have no friends, you need to play the tutorial. It's going to set you up and teach you how to play and get you some nice starting armor. And the tutorial island has a nice area to farm materials in so that you can have an early bankroll. Now, here's the cool thing about the patch. If you have friends who can hook you up, or you're making an alt character and you haven't played in a while and you're watching this, so if you're not new to the game and you have people, or you plan to just card swipe and you're not new, you can skip the tutorial now. You don't have to do the tutorial to get the 3 days of free premium. They changed it. All you have to do is sell 50,000 silver, which is not a lot in this game, to the market, and that will give you 3 days of premium. So make sure, if you're new, that this yellow button that says play tutorial is checked. This means it's not checked. This is checked. Then hit enter world. Now, before we begin the tutorial, there are more settings to configure, and in order to do that, click the cogwheel in the top right of your screen, and then go to Game Settings. Once you have that open, the first tab will be the General tab, and under General, you're going to have General Settings, and so let me show you with the text here. You're going to turn off camera shake, and you're going to turn off, when buying items, select full stack by default. You don't need to be buying full stacks of items, so have those two turned off. Then scroll down to the vanity section, and what you're going to do is you're going to turn everything off, except for yourself, like show for yourself. You can leave that on if you want to look at your own skins, but everything else, show for guild, alliance, party, and opponents, you want to put only in safe areas. This means that when you are in a full loot zone, you can identify what the enemy is wearing and act accordingly. Alright, under graphics, we've already done everything here we need to in the launcher, so there's nothing to change. It also has the camera shake, window animations, those are going to be off if you've already followed the video so far. Bloom will be on. Under audio, when you are in full loot zones and you are ganking, you want to listen for other players. So in order to best do that, you're going to turn your master volume all the way up, and your sound effects all the way up, and you're going to turn your music and ambience all the way down. This will let you hear enemy footsteps outside of nameplate range, and you will hear people outside of your screen and nameplate range of them fighting, so that you will know there are actually players nearby that you can murder and take their stuff. Alright, even more settings. So under interface and under information, if you are a streamer, turn off speech bubbles, otherwise people will just run up and paste your address into the text while you're streaming, okay? But for everyone else, it's not. For combat, you want to select, down here under combat, only player-related damage numbers. Turn that off so that you can see all the damage numbers. Everything else is just defaults. I'm just going to scroll through, and it should match what you have innately. None of this has been changed. You can also sort, this is new, you can sort party members by roles. You don't really need to do that unless you're shot calling or you're like some sort of guild leader, so don't worry too much about that. And if you are, you're probably not watching this anyway. Next up, under controls and general, I recommend the golden cursor because yellow is easier to see in this game. It's just, I mean, you could do crystal, but gold, it's just easiest to see. The human eye can see yellow way easier than the glowing blue. Now, everything else is just a suggestion. I like to play classic controls. If you play MOBAs like Defense of the Ancients, Dota 2, League of Legends, you'll be comfortable with classic controls. Spellcasting. Now, this is for advanced players. Normally, like by default, you're going to have normal spellcast. So when you cast a spell, you'll have an aim indicator, and then you left-click to cast the spell. Once you know all the spells and the ranges, and if you want to learn the game and be better and faster in PvP, you're going to click Quick Cast on button press, not on release, but on press. That's going to save you a few milliseconds on casting. Next up, auto-target aggressor is useful in PvE because you can hit your spacebar to auto-attack whatever you have targeted, and if an enemy is sitting under your mount, you can't click on them. And if they attack you, then you now have them targeted, and so you want this on, in my opinion. Double press to attack. This one's controversial. A lot of good players have this turned on. This means that when you left-click someone, you will not start attacking them. Alright? And this allows you to left-click someone, inspect their gear with an inspect button. We'll talk about that later. And then decide if you want to attack them. Because if you put yourself in combat, you can't zone out of the area and you might die. A lot of people have this on. I hate this. I personally have this turned off. But you can play with it and see what you like. Force combat mode, I recommend you turn this off so that you can loot things in the middle of combat, which is super nice. If you are stuck in combat and someone dies near you or there's like something on the ground, you can't pick it up until you're out of combat. So turning this off lets you loot and scoot. Alternate mount up, this one, it's alright. I'm an old school player, so I have this turned off because I just don't like pushing my mount button and my character automatically runs towards the mount. Now, under keybinds, I don't use a controller, but that would be gamepad. You can figure that out on your own. But for keybinds, this is what I've changed. For auto run, I use the tilde button. Tilde is the button above tab. It is to the left of your 1 button, all right? And then use marker 1 through 6 puts a object or like a little floating icon above players' heads. This only works if you're in a party with them. I simply have this, my 5 through 0 key. Now, if I want to unmark a target, it's the minus button, which is close to my backspace button. Under the social tab, this is also a recommendation. Now, I think this is the new default, but whenever you get off Tutorial Island, a lot of this will change, but turn off looking for group. It's going to spam your chat if you don't. And you can turn it on later if you want to find a group, whatever, but that's a real iffy thing to do in this game because people invite you out to a full loot zone and then kill you. Alright, so what I highly recommend that you turn on auto-deny duel requests. Duels in this game can be set to a wager. Alright, so imagine you're clicking the middle of your screen trying to move around, as you would, and someone challenges you to a duel with way better gear than you for a wager of 10 million silver, which is quite a bit of money. And you accidentally click accept because you're clicking to move. Now you lose the duel, and you just lost 10 million silver because someone spammed a duel request at you. And people do this in every town, in the trade areas, in the bank areas, just in the middle of town. They do it all over the place. So you need to turn this on so you don't accidentally accept a duel and lose all your money. Because people do it constantly, alright? And you can, if you're getting spammed with trades, because people like RMTers will open a trade, put some random junk in the trade box, and then try to get you to buy it like a peer pressure tactic. You know, they just shove stuff in your face and like, buy it, buy it, buy it. And you can turn this on. It's whatever. I recommend that you auto-deny guild invites because most people will just invite anyone they can into their guild, and then they will tax you. So every time you pick up silver, you will be giving them silver for nothing. And you get nothing for being in a guild. There is no perks or anything until you're in a serious guild that ranks high on the leaderboard, and you have premium active, so don't worry about guilds right now. Custom match invites or whatever. Now, here's the thing, too. Sometimes in full loot zones, people will spam party invites at you while their friends kill you. And so, you can turn off party invites here. Just keep that in mind. Also, I recommend that you turn off the profanity filter because it's more fun to read the naughty words. With that said, it's time to do the tutorial. Now, I'm not going to be your tutorial. I mean, I am for the rest of the video. But for the tutorial island itself, just follow the instructions on your screen. I'm going to give you some tips and tricks while you're on tutorial island because if you're a solo player with no friends and you're not going to card swipe as in pay real money for currency, it's important that you gather certain things before you leave so that you have a nice starting income and a nice nest egg to be able to skip way ahead of everyone else that did not watch this video. Now, I'll give you a quick combat tip using this first fight as an example. Yeah, I could walk up and just fight these 3 guys, and they're pretty easy, but I could walk up and pull this guy, and then pull them all together, and now I'm fighting them all at once. Also, it looks like servers are going down. Oh boy. So yeah, just get used to pulling as many enemies as you can survive and AoE all of them down at once. It will dramatically speed up your leveling process. When you are on the quest to gather birch logs and rugged hide from foxes, get a whole bunch of extra hide and logs. You don't have to spend too much time here, just a little bit extra. You're going to need the logs later for a quest, so get more than what the game tells you to get right now. And for the hides, we're going to be making a bag, which the tutorial island doesn't teach you how to do for some reason. And having a bag this early will really help you out. Also, make sure you gather extra ore and extra fiber, because we need the extra fiber to craft a bag. And the extra ore is for a quest later on that we can just, instead of having to run back out here and gather again, we can just skip it completely. On Tutorial Island, there is a secret treasure chest with silver. Let me show you where it's at. So in the mountainous zone here, you can see we are in the mountain fort zone. And right here in this little nook and cranny, whatever this is, this little notch, is a secret chest with silver in it. Now, right now, I'm still in tier 1 gear, so it's not really that dangerous. But there is a chest up here, and other players might be camping this. It really depends. But there's a little chest here, and all you do is attack the chest. Just select the chest, hit spacebar to auto-attack it, cast your spells, and you will automatically pick up that silver, and then just right away, you don't have to kill these guys right now. Don't worry about them. They can barely hurt you anyway, but that's plus 204 silver, which, again, is not that much in the grand scheme of things, but by getting the silver now, it will let us avoid grinding later for a quest. For now, only do quests up here in the top right corner. Just work on the quests. Do not worry about this destiny board stuff. That is not a quest. That is not going to get you off the island. Just focus on what it's telling you to do. Right now, it's telling me to go into the forest. All right, let me show you a few more combat tips. So first off is enemy leashing. Like if I get near these guys, they're going to chase me all the way out here before they give up and turn around. A faster way of doing this is when you aggro them, you walk away just a bit, dismount, remount, they will give up. And that is because you're not supposed to be in combat while you're mounted. It's a change to prevent you from casting spells on the ground and then sitting on your mount. Also, do note that your mount has a health bar, and so they're not attacking your health directly. And if they kill your mount, it just goes on cooldown. In about 20 seconds, you can resummon it. So remember that tip I gave you earlier. Instead of fighting one little group at a time, you should fight as many groups as you can handle. So I'm going to grab these guys, this guy, these guys, and hopefully they don't leash on me, but there we go. We got a nice juicy pull, and I'm just going to fight all of them with my abilities here, which I should be able to do. I've got my helmet ability with a shield. There we go, and you can see that they're dropping like flies. That's fine. They're all dead. I'm going to heal up, and there we go. Now, you'll notice the mount has barely any HP at all. So in order to restore the health, it'll heal slowly over time, but if you just walk outside of the summoning circle, that'll put your mount on a cooldown, 28 seconds, and when that cooldown ends, your mounts will have HP again. Another tip, too, is if you didn't get that special chest with the silver, just grind out here until you're around 300 silver. It'll allow us to advance quests really fast later on. Whenever the game gives you a choice of 3 different quests to craft a bow, sword, or fire staff, you can really craft whatever you want. However, the path I'm going to take you on, it's better off to just craft the fire staff. It's the most powerful tier 2 weapon. It's the easiest one to use, and it has a big AoE. It has multiple AoE attacks, so it's the best one for early game mob farming. Even if you don't want to be a wizard, if you want to be a bow character, that's fine. Pick whatever you want. However, you need to acquire the Novice's Fire Staff, and remember earlier when I told you to get extra planks and bars? Well, that's why we did it, so we can craft the Fire Staff immediately without having to go back out, gather, and then refine. Then you are given a quest to get some tier 2 items, and here is what you're going to buy. You can also, gather, refine, and craft if you want to. You don't need to. It's faster just to go right over to the marketplace here on the left. And I know there's a lot of text on the screen, but this person right here, just click on them, and then you can buy all this stuff. And here's why you're buying it, okay? So by equipping all of these items, it's going to give you 1 plate, 1 leather, and 1 cloth item, which will unlock the early parts of that destiny board. So the soldier boots is a plate boot, the mercenary hood is a leather helmet, and the scholar robe is a cloth armor. Now, it's very... Chest armor is super important in this game. Let me explain. Your chest armor heavily dictates how much damage you are going to do in the game. So wearing cloth means that you deal the most damage and you have low defense. You still have some defense, it's not completely empty. It is the best choice for solo PvE, and if you are really good at PvP or you want to really burst someone down fast, it is the go-to armor. However, it makes you squishy, so you will die very quickly in PvP against skilled opponents, so you better be good yourself. Leather armor it's the middle of the road for defense and offense. It's one of the best choices of all around for basically any activity. It is the best utility solo player, even group stuff armors. The leather armor spells have such a wide variety of things that they do. They can support players, they can heal you, they can make you invulnerable. There's a lot of things that leather armors do for you. It is the best all-around armor for PvP because it is not too squishy and you still deal good damage with really good active abilities. Plate armor has no damage boost, very, very high defense, and it has the best group support abilities in the game. You can shield your allies, you can knock away enemies. There's a lot of cool things you can do. You can also, taunt with the plate armor. There's so many things. Now, it is the best and mandatory armor for tanking in PvE and PvP. You may be wondering, well, how does tanking in PvP work? You disrupt the enemy backlines, you prevent the enemy from pushing forward, you absorb damage. There's so many things that PvP tanks do. They're very important in PvP group combat. Also, if you are transporting, as in you are on your mount and someone is trying to knock you off your mount, plate armor will keep you on your mount longer than anything else. Because you are a new player, I highly recommend cloth because it will let you farm enemy mobs the fastest, and I misspelt that. Leather should be used eventually, especially for PvP, and it's also decent in PvE, but not as good as cloth. And you should avoid plate until much later in your Albion journey. You can max an optimal farming set, and then you can use that set to earn fame towards other stuff without using that stuff. So once you have your PvE mob killing set maxed out, you can then level everything else up without ever using it, and that is the optimal way to play this game. But there are some exceptions. It really depends. If another gear set is also really fast at killing mobs, then you're more optimized towards just using that gear set to level it up rather than your farming set. It really depends, but there are, like if you want to level as a tank in this game, you should not start as a tank. That's what I'm trying to get at. Now, as you follow the quest chain, it says create further chaos by setting fire to their ammunition storage. So we're going to go over and click this. That's fine. Now, this next quest says call the ship by lighting a signal fire. That means you have to go over to this position. Do not do this quest yet. It is insanely important that you don't do this quest yet. Now, just stepping into this circle is going to mess up your UI unless they fix the bug. What happens is you're going to step into this glowing circle, this door will open, and if you ride down these stairs and then try to come back up, there will be rubble here blocking the way, and you could never ever return to Tutorial Island. So at this point in the game, return back to town, because we are now going to farm a bunch of easy to get resources and have a very optimal economic early start, which we're going to leverage to level up and skip a whole month of grinding by completing a bunch of very easy to do journal quests. Also, you may be tempted, I know a lot of you are grinders. Do not grind mobs in this area. Do not grind out your gathering skills. You don't need to do that right now. This is not an optimal area to do that. But I will show you what is optimal. But first, we're going to craft a bag. So first, let's get ourselves a tier 2 bag. This is pretty important. What we're going to do is ride over to the tool maker. This is the person you talked to earlier. Open the menu. You'll notice there's no bag. However, there's a little tab here on the side of the window that has a bag. You can craft bags and capes. So you're going to use 12 cloth and 12 leather to craft yourself a bag. There we go. Then equip the bag. What do bags do? They give you more carry weight. This increases your maximum load by 45 kilograms. Another thing that's new to this patch is tier 2 boots have carry weight on them. So click on your boots and select the passive to give yourself 13 more kilograms of carry weight. It is now time to farm for a little while, and most of the time, the most valuable resource in the zone are these rough stones. And what makes the rough stones in the Tutorial Island special is that they respawn insanely fast. That's right, these things respawn at a very fast rate, so you can run around and do this entire circle, and by the time you do a full lap around it, a lot of them will come back. Now, there's going to be a lot of other players also grabbing these because my videos are very popular, and this method is very well known. Now, depending on when you watch this video, and the state of the economy, prices will always be different. But your general goal is to pick up these rough stones until your carry weight is almost in the red. So here you can see my carry weight is at 14%. And whenever it reaches 100 to 130%, you will be slowed by 20. And then beyond that, you'll be slowed by 50, and so on and so forth. So it's really up to you how much you want to carry. I recommend getting at least 100% in rough stones. However, you can go beyond that, or you can maybe not get as much. And if you really don't want to do rough stones, you can farm the other resources, though it is recommended that you not refine those resources, as in most economies, most of the time, the unrefined tier 2 resources will be worth more than the refined version. Now, to check the price of an item, all you have to do is click on the stack of rough stone or whatever it is you want, split it by 1, and then click on the 1 stack. You'll see that the rough stone right now has an estimated market value of 223 silver, which is pretty good. That's more than that chest gives. Now, a rugged hide, one of those is only worth 71. And yeah, I can get, you know, a bunch from these foxes. So there we go. We got 3, we got 6, and technically you're getting 9 every time you harvest one, right? And so that's worth 641. It's much faster to gather 2 stone at a time worth 400 than it is to kill these foxes and skin them. But you can do this method. However, one other thing to factor in is, let me split this stack again, is the carry weight. So 1 rugged hide is worth 0.2 kilograms, and 1 stone also worth 0.2 kilograms. So by weight, the stone is worth more. It is worth 3 times as much. So, because we can only carry so much out of Tutorial Island, it makes sense to carry the most valuable thing. And so because of that, I recommend that you trash everything that you're not going to use. So I'm going to throw away these tier 1 items. These things are completely worthless. You can always buy or craft them again. It's not a big deal. Same thing with these tier 1 gathering tools. We can go ahead and get those as soon as we get to a market. So essentially, trash everything in your inventory. Not what you have equipped, but in your inventory that is not the most valuable resource. And you'll have to check each one, but it's almost always going to be a rough stone. Now, a quick disclaimer. I am filming everything in this video early to have this ready on patch day. I am playing on the current, the newest patch of the game for June 30th. However, this server is not available entirely to the public yet. I mean, it is the test server. So some things might change on patch day. Not everything is final. However, even if things do change, don't fret, do not worry, and do not disregard the guide is outdated, because it's not. You're going to be over-leveled and have plenty of silver regardless of the changes. I am going to absolutely make sure of that. Now, once you have enough resources, it's time to go, and your character is going to be going really, really, really slow if you have enough. Because I am an established character, I'm just going to give myself money and skip the grind here. But you would want way more than 100 rough stones. This is worth 22,000. All right, I'm going to get more money for myself, so don't worry about it. I'm going to, you know, run into that circle, and then it's time to leave. Now, like I said, once we go down these stairs, you can't return. You can never return. It collapses. There is no going back to get any more rough stones until you go to the main land, which we're not going to gather rough stones there. So when you get here, it's important that you talk to this character. There are people that mess this up, so I'm making sure that you understand. Click on this character, click accept. Then, after that's done, that'll update your quest. Then go to this character, and it's going to give you a choice of a starter zone. Alright, so I recommend Step Cross as your starter town. There are many reasons why. You're going to click this orange little icon, this thing right here. It's going to light up the very bottommost circle. This is a step region. Why do I recommend Step Cross, which is known as Bridge Watch? It does not matter what server you are on. Let me tell you all the reasons why a new player should come here instead of the other regions. So out of every zone, the best all-around gathering zone is Bridge Watch. Living out of Bridge Watch gives you access to the most hide, a very high amount of fiber, not the highest, but a high amount. You're also next to the best places for stone, So you have the best 2 places, and then you're also next to the best place for trees. So you have the top 3 resource nodes that you're already close to. It's super close to the best refineries, which is Bridgewatch for stone, Martlock for hide, and Limhurst for fiber. They're both a 7-minute ride away. It's very close, very easy to get to. Though refining is really something you just kind of save on an off day to do. It's not something you need to do to make money. It's just nice to have. All right. Number 3, it's the cheapest stone place. It's the cheapest place in the game to buy stone from. Every town has its own market. They're not linked together like in other games. All right. And the sooner you get houses and laborers going, the sooner you'll have passive income if you plan to play this game long term. And that is it's the best way to invest early to pay dividends later. Also, Bridgewatch happens to be the best market for prices if you are a seller. And let me tell you how markets work. You either buy or you sell, and the majority of the time you will be selling items. All right? You're going to be selling more than buying stuff, unless you're going to full loot PvP zones and dying all the time, in which case Fort Sterling is technically a little bit cheaper. But here's the problem on all 3 servers. They are controlled by a bunch of spreadsheet nerds called the Cartel. That's what the public dubs them. That's what the average player calls the Super Sweat Lord nerds. And these guys own all the player shops in the towns. They control the economy with a stranglehold. And the most controlled resource from the Cartel is ores. Meaning ores are super cheap. They don't sell for a lot. It's really not worth gathering ores on all 3 servers. Sometimes it is. Most of the time, it's bottomed out. Hide is technically the best thing to gather in the game for 2 reasons. When you are gathering hide, some animals have a chance to drop a baby. And that will give you a huge extra bonus amount of silver by selling the baby. They will take the baby animal, raise it to adulthood, and turn it into a mount. Very cool. Stone at lower tiers, not tier 4, but tiers 2 and 3 are insanely good moneymakers. And then at tier 8, they're really good. But tiers 4, 5, 6, and 7, stone, is garbage. It's crap. It sucks. It's not a good moneymaker at all. So it's good early on and at the end. But because we're going to be gathering in safe zones, stone is a very excellent choice. And because we live in Bridgewatch, we can refine it right there in the town for a bonus yield. When you refine and craft things in this game, different towns give you different bonuses. And so we want to maximize our bonuses when we refine, and Bridgewatch is the way to go for that. And because we are 2 zones away from the stone capital, which is the Highlands, it's literally 2 zones from town. It's super easy to mine stone. All right? We're also super close to a forest. It's about 5 or 6 zones away, but it's way closer than living in Martlock. And that's for sure. And Limhurst has, they have the most wood. All right? And then the swampy zone up here is Thetford. It sucks. The least amount of players play out of Thetford. It's just awful. Thetford barely has... They have more fiber, but not by very much. Bridgewatch is the second leading, area of fiber on the map. Anyway, so make sure that you have step cross selected, and if you mess up, it's okay, because you can fast travel to any of these zones. If you unequip all of your gear, you can fast travel anywhere basically for free. It's free, and if you want to fast travel with your gear, it would cost money. Like if I want to travel here, it's going to cost 50,000 silver. We don't have that. But if you got naked and put all your gear in a chest or sold your gear, you can technically travel, or you can travel on foot. But you don't want to do that. We have a mule, we can ride there. It's not a big deal. Just, if you mess up, you don't have to remake your character. Just, just don't mess up. But you can ride here manually. It's not that far away. It's only, like from this starting zone to this starting zone, it's 8 or 9 minutes on a mule. Not a big deal. So as you leave the boat for the first time, or if you skipped Tutorial Island, you're going to be presented with this choice. You have a path to choose. Adventurer, Duelist, and Gatherer. This is brand new to the game as of June 30th. And I'm going to tell you right now, I've already min-maxed this. I've already done all 3 paths constantly on multiple different characters. And there's a secret technique here. You're going to click the skip button. Now, don't get me wrong. That sounds like a bad idea. However, it's the best idea, and here's why. We click skip. Are you sure you want to skip the journal introduction missions? Yes, because now we can do all 3 at the same time. All right, this is how you optimize your journal. Now, there's a lot more things in this journal to unlock, and that's what we're going to be working on, and that is going to level you up massively. And I have all the shortcuts and all the techniques, and right now, you can't see everything in this journal until you unlock more, but I already know what the journal has. I already know every quest that you can do in these, and we're going to be doing the most beneficial and easiest and fastest and most efficient ones very quickly and skipping all the bullcrap ones, alright? Like finish a randomized dungeon and you get this royal sigil worth 20,000 silver. That sounds good to a new player, but a randomized dungeon at our low tier of gear can take 15 to 20 minutes. That's not a good amount of time for this amount of silver, so we're not going to be doing that right now. So what we will be doing is skipping the starter town completely. So if you look, there's a bunch of different crafting benches here and stuff to do. You never want to use these. You never want to shop at this market unless you're flipping items. We're going to leave. And the way to leave is you're going to open your map, and you'll see that we're at Step Cross, and we need to take this northern road to get to Fractured Ground, and then we need to take the northern road again to get to Bridgewatch, which is the town, the city. We want to get to Bridgewatch, all right? And if you chose a different starter zone, like for whatever reason, why are you watching my video? But if you started in Highland Cross, then you would take this exit here to Brent Knoll. No, you wouldn't. You would take this exit to Mace Knoll, and then from Mace Knoll, you would take this one to Martlock, which is the town in the Highlands, okay? All the towns are pretty much the same, player-owned shops, market, bank, yada, yada, yada. But right now, our mission, our goal is to just ride to Bridgewatch, okay? So right now, I'm in Fractured Ground, and I'm riding northeast to this area that says Bridgewatch. That's all I'm doing. And if you follow the guide so far, you're not going to be moving fast. Your mule is going to be very slow. And yes, it's a bit of a journey. If you stay on the road, you won't be attacked by many mobs. And you don't need to kill anything right now. You don't need to be gathering anything. Yeah, you can pick up some rough stones if you want. You know, I'm not going to judge. But just get to town. So in order to teach and show you the town, I'm going to be doing it on the live server. So things are going to be slightly different. You'll notice my UI is more scrunched inward, so I can be better at PvP. But here we are. We're going to enter Bridgewatch. And the first time you come to a capital city like this, there's going to be people everywhere. It's going to be confusing. You're not going to really understand what's going on. And you're going to open the map and be like, what the hell is all this stuff? What does it mean? I'm going to explain everything rather quickly, but we're going to move on to more important things. So as soon as we enter Bridgewatch, let me show you what these icons mean. What's important is this little circle right here. This is mainly what you're going to be using for now. Everything else in this entire town are player-owned shops. So everything southwest of us, like this Elder's Mage Tower, Hunter's Lodge, Warrior's Forge, these are all owned by actual players in the game, usually from the cartel, who are all colluding in a Discord together. But anyway, what's important for you as a new player is the repair station right here. You have this chest icon, that's the bank. This golden hammer icon, that is the market. You have your island merchant, which will be useful later. The vanity merchant is not that important. We have the faction enlistment officer, the travel planner, and then we have a bunch of exits that go to different zones. And we also have an expedition master, and on June 30th, right up here, there will be another area, and we're going to talk about that later, but I'm playing on the pre-patched version. So, real quick, going over to this little circle, it's going to put you in a completely different zone, and this is the bank. This is where you're going to store your items. So when you open this map, you'll see there's just a chest in the middle. And there's going to be players like all bunched up around this, okay? But there's a chest in the middle, and you don't have to worry about other players clogging up the spot. Just left-click where the chest is, and there you go. That'll open your bank. And when you put things in here, other people can't loot it. It's a chest just for you. Otherwise, I could steal everyone's stuff. Don't worry. Your stuff will not get stolen, okay? From the bank, in Bridgewatch, if you go to the top right, that goes to the market. Or you can go back up to the main town, all right? So I'm going to go back into the main town and show you how to get to the market. So again, here's the map. We're going to go up to this golden hammer. You can see right here, it looks like this. It says Bridgewatch Market. We're going to go to the market. And again, it's a separate zone because there's a lot of players here. In the bottom right corner, you can see how many players are in a zone for safe zones. All right, for blue zones, rather. And there's 67 people in this market right now. I'm playing at 3 in the morning, so not a lot of people are online. But here we have a bunch of people crowded around what looks like an auction stage, okay? There's a lady, she's hard to see, and yeah, there's a mammoth covering her up, okay? But there's a lady here that you would click on. You just left-click in this general area that will open the marketplace. And so, I'm going to teach you how to buy and sell stuff. So the very first thing that we need to do is sell the stone that we have, all right? So you're going to click on the market, and that's just going to pop up something that looks like this. Now, one important habit to get used to doing, and you saw me do it. You see these little search circles here? These set everything back to default. Another important thing is to make sure that you have it set to price-lowest in this box, okay? Do not set price-highest. That's ridiculous. Also, Astral Staff, hey. We'll talk about that later. Anyway, so right now we have it set to price lowest. Everything is at the default settings. Now, there's multiple tabs on the side here. It's very important that you learn what these tabs are. We have the Buy tab, Sell tab, Create Buy Order. I'll talk about what that is. My Orders, Loadouts, and Completed Transactions. So I have 50 things I need to pick up from the market that I bought over time. And we can talk about that later. But right now, we need to sell the stone we have. Now, I'm on my main character on the live server, and I just bought some stone just to show you. We're going to click the Sell tab here, and when we click the Sell button, this is what it's going to look like. We don't want to just look at this screen. There's a little hidden arrow right here in the top right of this box. You're going to click that. That's going to expand the full menu. We have a market history, 24 hours, 7 days, and 4 weeks. We can see the average price of rough stone on the live server is 117. If there are not a lot of new players coming to the game, this number goes up. If there's a lot of new players coming to the game, this number goes down. So depending on when you play, the number might be higher or lower. And don't fret, it's totally okay. We have plenty of different ways to make money than just rough stone. And if you come up shorter than what I come up with in the video, that's fine. You can make up for it. We're going to be doing a lot of quests that reward silver anyway. It's not a big deal. But let me teach you how to sell. You have a sell, buy, sell order, and buy order button here on the left. If I click sell, and this is my amount, if I want to sell 1 stone or my 56 stone, then it tells me how much I'm going to earn. Now, when I click sell, I am selling the stone to this box of people right here for whoever is offering the most. That means right now I am selling my rough stone for 90 silver each, and this player is willing to buy 360 of them. This market is entirely player operated. NPCs do not buy and sell things. Well, they kind of do. We can talk about that later. But not general items or weapons or armor, okay? Anyway, we either do or don't want to sell to the highest buy order. If you click sell order, what you will do is you will create a listing over here. So this is the sell order listing box. That means this player is willing to sell his rough stone at 117 silver, and he has 3 of them for sale. Not a lot. You can see here, we can scroll down. This guy has 839 at 132, so that's a pretty good spot, right? Because these are all just people undercutting each other to try to drive the price down. It's not really going to work out for them. But anyway, so if you want to sell an item, then you would hit sell order and then change your price. In order for your sell order to be the cheapest, you would just subtract 1 silver, making it 116. This box will tell you if it's below or above market average. You can also check the 4-week average. It's 119 4 weeks ago. You can check each and every day when you have it set to 4 weeks. So like yesterday, 112,462 stone was sold at 117 average each. Here there was a spike at 143 each. 122,000 were sold that day. A lot of stone is getting sold, okay? So your stone will eventually sell. But I advise, if there is not too much of a difference between the buy order and sell order prices, that you just sell it straight up. That way you get the money instantaneously. Whereas if you're okay with making a better profit, you can sell it over here as a sell order, and you just have to wait for someone to buy it. Could be minutes, could be hours. It really depends on what you're selling, okay? And so, to make a sell order, I'm going to sell 1 stone at 116, And then when I click create, there we go. Now, if I went to go and buy rough stone, someone already bought it, I guess, because it's not here. That's funny. But if I went to buy it, then my listing would be at the very top at 116 with how much I was selling. All right, so there we go. Let's make another one at 116. All right. So there we go. There's my listing. So when someone wants to buy this, I have the cheapest listing. So they're pretty much going to buy mine first before anyone else's. The exception would be if they want to buy a big fat stack, like they want to buy 900 at a time, they'd go to this guy, buy them all, rather than buying these one at a time. But that's what the buy order tab is for. I can be like, I want to buy 1,368 stone, and I'm willing to pay 130 silver. So what this does, it's going to automatically buy all of the sell orders at 130 and below silver, all right? And then it will be over here as the leading buy order. All right, so so let's say I put mine at 124, and I'm going to buy 10. All right, so we go ahead and buy that. There we go. And then you'll see right now my buy order, I'm willing to buy 10 stone at 124 each. So now if someone sells their stone, they would sell it to me first because I'm offering the most money. Hopefully this makes sense. The more you play around with it, the more sense it's going to make. I'm just going to cancel that because I don't want to buy stone. I don't need it. But there you go. I'm just going to now sell this raw by clicking the sell button, having my stack all the way up, and then selling it. I'm going to get 4,123 silver. Again, you should have about 800 of this, so you're going to get a lot more silver than me. Also, just a little side note, do not pay attention to this amount of silver. I have literal billions stocked away, okay? Also, this chest is worth 1.4 billion. This is 677 million. All right, 25. This is 609 million. I have the liquid, I promise you. All right, again, my liquid, 2.39 billion silver, or 2,388,174,335, and then I can just redeem some referral rewards and sell the gold, and you know, that's 3.8 million right there. Boom, done. So again, I am not a brokey. Do not think that I am poor. I have been playing this game forever, and I'm one of the most... I'm not the wealthiest, but I'm in at least the top 10 most wealthiest solo guildless players. All right, so your playtime should look something like this. 1 hour, maybe 1 hour, 30 minutes. It really depends on how many other players are also yoinking the stone in that circle. That's fine. Spend as much time as you need, but you absolutely want to get as much stone as you can possibly haul out, because the starting capital is going to catapult you way ahead of all the other players that don't do this. Also, when you enter the city for the first time, you're going to get Visit a Royal City mission complete when you open the journal, and I'm going to show you how to do that real quick. So you click this top right button, and then you click Albion Journal, and that's going to open the journal, and you have unclaimed rewards here. And what we're going to be doing next is getting a whole bunch of these. So first off, visiting a royal city is going to give us this Journeyman's Tome of Insight. A Tome of Insight, remember, fame in this game is experience points. This is going to reward 5,000 fame for all of the items you have equipped, all right? So we're going to claim that. We're not going to use it yet, but we're just going to claim it. And we're going to be doing a whole lot of these. Now, ignore, I'm back on the test server. There's some stuff that's not supposed to be here on the live server that lets you skip around, so don't worry about that. But also, this is what the market looks like when there's no players around. So you can see the auction lady, you just click on her. And when you sell 50,000 worth of stone, which I have it set up to be able to do here, we're going to sell around 80,000 silver, or no, we'll just do 50,000, right? We'll go poor mode. As long as you sell 50,000 silver worth of items to the market, you complete one of those journal tasks, and that is you have earned 10,000 silver from a marketplace, and then there's another one too, well, it showed it twice. Let me just show you the rewards. We just got 5 rewards, okay? We got earn 10,000 silver from a marketplace twice. This is probably a bug. No, we got it 3 times because, or sell 50,000, that's the one we want. Sell items worth 50,000 silver on a marketplace. This one is super important to get. And you don't need it right now. It's not important right now, but you eventually want this. This is 3 days of premium. Now, what is premium? All right. So you only want to use this when you have free time to play this game. You could save it for later, You don't have to use it right now. Wait until you have a lot of free time to play the game. So what is premium? Premium is going to, it explains it right here. Premium normally costs 3,750 gold, which is worth about 15 US dollars. Or right now on the live server, it costs about 30 million silver, okay? 30 million silver, it's quite a bit. You get 30 learning points a day, we'll talk about that, what that is later. You get 10,000 focus a day, that's for crafting, we'll talk about that later. But what's important, you get 50% bonus fame on everything you do except reading tomes. You can buy islands, you get extra silver from mobs, 50%. You get 50% gathering yield. You get 100% crop yield, so double crop yield. Your farm animals grow faster, and you have reduced market tax for buying and selling. Super important, okay? And so, this is what's going to level you up faster and earn more money. So, those 3 days, you gotta make them count. Right now, we're gonna hold on to this, though. Anyway, make sure that you just claim all your rewards, and we're going to use these to rapidly level up our character. So, the first quest we're going to technically do is to talk in the game, alright? So, you're going to push enter, and then you're going to type /say, / is the button to the left of your right shift, okay? It's on the bottom row on the right side of your keyboard, okay? You're going to type /say, push the space bar, it's going to change this little box to say, then just say anything, preferably something not bannable. And even if your account is muted and you can't talk, the game will still acknowledge that you talked and you'll get the reward. Start by saying something by typing /s in the chat. And we're going to claim that. All right, next up, you're going to whisper yourself. So push enter, push /w spacebar, type in your character name. In my case, my name is Orange Zone Chad. Spacebar again, and then say anything to yourself. And this will complete 2 quests. Whisper another player by typing /w and talk to yourself. And what do you know? Talking to yourself gets you 50,000 fame. Another thing I want to point out is that if you used my referral link at some point after leaving Tutorial Island, you can open this little mailbox icon. And in the mailbox, there will be fame tome rewards for using that referral link, okay? Also, if you happen to have a cell phone and you download the game on your phone, you can open the game on your phone, and that will give you another fame tome and a mount skin. This next one's pretty interesting. Find a real player like this guy, and then push Y 100 times. The Y button is the inspect button, and it's really hard to find people in the test server, so I've got to mash this out. But you're just going to push Y 100 times, and he's going to go to the island, and I'm not going to get to inspect him enough. But yeah, we got to inspect 30 players. Let's go. Just mash it out. Just keep pushing Y. It doesn't interrupt them. They don't know you're doing it. It's fine. Alright, I had to go to a few cities to find players on this server, but we have inspect another player for a tome. We have inspect 10 players for a tome, inspect 30 players for a tome, and then inspect 100 players. And we got these 10 community tokens, alright? This is to buy vanity items, which we're going to use that to get some extra rewards and skins. Next up is just add someone to your friends list. This can annoy others, but essentially just left click on them. Their portrait will appear here in this little open spot. Right click their portrait and then click add to friends. If they accept, you've completed a quest. Because of this server, I'm not going to be able to show you the rewards, unfortunately. Next up, you're going to open your chat with enter, type /LFG or looking for group, spacebar, and then just say, hey, you know, just say something. And that will give you another fame tome. That's right. Next up, we're going to open the guild finder. We're not going to use it, but we're just going to open it. So here at the top, there is a little shield icon, and that says guild. So just click on that, and then click guild finder. When you open that, boom, you'll complete a quest, getting another fame tome. Oh boy. Number 7 is we're going to enter a yellow zone. Now, there are different colors of zones in the game. There is blue, yellow, orange, red, and black. So, I'm going to explain each rule as we get to them, but for the yellow zone, you have an item power soft cap of 1,200. You're like, what the hell does that mean? Okay, so every item in the game has an item power level. So this tier 2 fire staff, when I open this up, it has an item power of 500. So this means the soft cap. If you have gear that is stronger than 1,200, it will be reduced by 80% to match 1,200. So if you have the best possible gear in the game, you can expect to have 1,380 item power. Item power is just how much damage and defense an item has. Think of it like gear score from other MMORPGs, or just an overall power level of how strong something is. But this means that with the best possible gear in the game, you can't just go to a yellow zone and dumpster a whole army of players like you used to. This is a new change as of June 30th, 2025, and a lot of people are pissed about it. But it is what it is. You know, we had fun smashing newbies all day. You can't do it anymore. If you get killed by another player in PvP, you only kneel on the ground for 90 seconds. You get back up with full HP and a shield, and you can ride away. Right? You don't lose your items, you don't lose your inventory, you just lose 5% durability loss. So how do you get to a yellow zone? I'm going to open the map here, and you'll see that we have multiple exits. We have, top left, bottom right, and top right. And if you open your world map, you'll see this is a blue zone because of the blue diamond. This is a blue zone. This is a blue zone. Well, this road leads to a yellow zone, lazy grass plain. So you can see right here, if I mouse over the top right section, lazy grass plain, zone type yellow region. So all we're going to do is just walk outside. It's not dangerous. You get a shield, it's fine. You're all right. And you get a little reward that says enter a yellow zone, and that's going to give you an even better fame tome. So that's nice. All right, so it's time to bank everything. We're just going to walk right back into town. We're not going to go out and party in the yellow zone yet. We're going to go to the bank. I've explained where the bank is. It's this chest right here. You're just going to run all the way down here into this circle. And don't worry about, like, these three things. This is test server stuff. They won't be there in the actual game, okay? Don't worry about them. All right, so we're in the bank. And again, players will be surrounding this chest. Just left-click it. Put all of your stuff in the bank. Now, let me teach you about quick looting real fast. Instead of grabbing it and dragging it like that, or right-clicking it like so, you can hold shift and push left click to put it in the bank. You can also just right click it to take it and equip it, or you can hold shift and left click to put it in your inventory. So just learning these controls makes things a lot nicer. Now, in order to put your mount in the bank, you can't be on the mount. So I'm going to push the A button, which takes me off the mount, and then I'm going to shift left click the mule into the bank. Now that I am completely naked and there's nothing in my inventory, and one thing you want to do is get used to clicking this sort by button and this stack inventory button, and make sure there's nothing in your inventory and you have nothing equipped. This is going to let us fast travel around for free. So number 8, we're going to fast travel to every town. We're in the bank. We're going to leave the bank to go back to the main city. That's the top left area here. And once we are back in town, completely naked, we're going to go to the little compass icon or the travel planner. And there will always be players surrounding this NPC, but it looks like this. There's the big flag. Just left click near it, and that will open this menu. And you can see all these different colored dots. We also have a list that drops down. And we're going to just go to each and every town. So this is Limhurst. We're going to click buy journey, but the total cost is 0. There we go. And now we are in Limhurst. There we go. So we're in Limhurst. Ta-da! Pretty simple stuff. And again, you're just going to do this for every dot. All right. So again, Fort Sterling. Fort Sterling is the snowy region. There we go. And again, you're going to be put near the travel planner every time. Most of the towns are the same layout. It's not a big deal. Then we go to Thetford. And yes, I have to show the full thing. I'm not going to skip. I'm not going to give you the benefit of the doubt. People will leave comments if I don't do this. Then we go to Martlock. There we go. All right, and I get an achievement right about now. There we go. And then we go to Caerleon, the red dot in the middle. So what is Caerleon? I'm probably not pronouncing the name right. People always correct me on this, but this city is surrounded by red zones. Uh-oh, red zones aren't very friendly. These are full loot PvP zones where if you die, you drop all of your equipment that you are wearing and your inventory. But just note, in every zone in the game, you will never drop your actual silver piles. In some zones, when you die or get downed, a silver pile will appear in front of you. This is silver generated by the game and is not taken away from your own silver. So this completes the quest, visit 2 royal cities, visit Caerleon, and visit all 6 royal cities. So we're going to claim, claim, and claim. And we just got something interesting. We got a Monk's Sandals. All right, so this is the first skin in the game. You could disassemble it for community tokens, but don't do that. It's very important that you click the use button and claim it, all right? And then click yes. It's irreversible. That's totally fine. There we go. Monk's Sandals, all right? And now we have the skin unlocked. I know there's text in the way, but you can see a little pop-up. What you're going to do now is left-click your portrait, and then you're going to go to Appearance. There we go. And then you're going to click this button that says Unlocked. You're going to see the shoe here. You're going to grab the shoe and drag it to your feet icon, and that's going to put on the skin. All right, there we go. And you may not want to be wearing sandals, but we're doing it for a quest, so you can take it off later. So number 9, technically number 10, is you're going to die in PvP. And to do this, you're going to click this little shield icon in the top right of your portrait to flag up for PvP. But I asked this guy just to flag up for me, and he's just going to kill me real quick. So I'm going to go, because he's already flagged up, so I'm just going to go punch him. And I'm going to stand in this puddle and die. Yeah, that works. All right, cool. All right, so now I've died in PvP. Get killed by another player. That's an achievement. I know. I was naked. I didn't lose anything. You don't lose any kind of rep or stats for dying in this way. It's totally fine. Also, by exiting town in Caerleon, all of these are red zones, so we also entered a red zone. Let me share the rewards, and then I will share with you the rules. So we just earned Enter a Red Zone, which gives us a Tome of Learning. This is new. This, well, it's not new to the patch, but it's new to us. All right, this gives you 10 learning points. I'll explain what those do later. Don't worry about it. Get killed by another player. This gives us the red Tome of Insight worth 20,000 fame. Pretty cool stuff. And like I said, all you have to do, when you click this shield icon, it'll have a little charging up bar. This means you're flagging up for PvP. This means when you go into a red zone and you're naked, you're a target for everyone. People will just run up and slap you silly and kill you because it's fun, because it's funny, right? And if not, you can go around and ask people or punch them or whatever, and they'll eventually kill you. It's fine. All right, but let's talk about the rules of the red zone. So red zone PvP is as follows. It is a full loot PvP zone. You drop your inventory and your equipment on death. You die. You don't get kneeled down. You don't lose durability. You just straight up die. All right, and yeah, your gear will lose durability, but it's not yours anymore, so it's not your problem. You must flag up to PvP to attack anyone. However, when you flag up, you can be attacked by anyone, including red players and blue players. Blue players are people that have not flagged up. You'll see that I'm technically a blue player right now because I don't have a sword next to my name. There was some people out here fighting. Let's see if I can find some reds. They'll have a red name, a red icon, a sword icon next to their name. Also, in a red zone, in the bottom right corner, you can see how many hostile players there are. Currently, there are 2 hostile flagged up players. So if you're in a red zone and this number jumps to a high amount, that means you're in danger. And you should leave and go somewhere safe. All right, so you see this guy's name. He's got a red icon. He's also got a red reputation icon and the PvP swords icon. All right, I know I have text kind of... Hold on, let me just... Yeah. So, the guards attacked him as soon as he attacked me, and yes, he killed me because I'm naked. He's going to kill me instantly. That's just how it is. So, let's talk about the rules. When you attack or attacking or killing players loses reputation. You gain... I typed grain. I got a lot of typos in this video. Grain reputation gain by killing mobs or gathering. Losing too much rep prevents you from entering blue and yellow zones and eventually red zones for a little while. You can eventually build it back, and it builds up over time. If you attack while you're PvP flagged, it makes you a criminal. You can't enter town for 3 minutes, and you can't unflag from PvP for about 30 minutes or so. So let me show you rep. When you left click your icon, your avatar, and then click stats, you'll see your reputation right here. My character is neutral, 16. So you can see when you start losing rep, if you get below 20,000, you get this black skull icon. And you can only enter black zones until you raise that rep up. Having different reputation also gives you buffs. Having more of the negative rep gives you more PvP damage, and having the better rep gives you more PvP defense. All right. So you can see here, like if I'm glorious, I get defense versus players plus 9% and crowd control resistance 10%. Whereas dreaded, nefarious, villainous, the tooltips aren't working for some reason, but They give you more damage against players, so it kind of evens out. Your reputation caps out at 50,000. I don't know how low you can push it because I've never bothered to push it that low. Also, when you flag for PvP, I'll show you the little criminal icon. You don't become a criminal unless you hit someone, but you become unable to unflag from PvP for a duration. But there's a trick around it. There's a little technique you can do, right? So I just got the debuff. It's this little skull icon called criminals are unable to flag as friendly. Time remaining 15 minutes. All right, so they nerfed the time a bit. So right now I can't unflag. If I click these sword icons, you recently changed the hostile, and you cannot switch back. As long as you are naked and have nothing in your inventory, and yes, I have stuff in my inventory, but you see this little no coin icon? This means you cannot trade this to other players, and you will not drop these items on death. So these are safe to have in my inventory. Alright, so if I type /die, push enter, this will cause your character to die, and you'll lose all equipment and carried items. Are you sure? Yes. Now I died. Oops. And then I go back to the last city, and now that debuff, instead of waiting 15 minutes, it's gone. So now I can just unflag. So if you don't want to wait 15 minutes, just ride into town, put your stuff into storage, type /die, and there you go. You can unflag immediately. Now, if you flag up in a yellow zone, you still lose rep for attacking people, but not as much as killing them in a red zone. And everyone can attack you, and you can attack everyone in a yellow zone. In a blue zone, you can't attack anyone, and they can't attack you, so it's fine. And in a black zone, we'll talk more about that later, but everyone's flagged up automatically, so it doesn't matter. And there is no reputation gain or loss in the black zones. Alright, so after all of that fun shenanigans, we're going to go back to the bank. That is Bridgewatch. Banks are not linked. You have to go back to the town you banked your stuff in, okay? So we're going back to Bridgewatch, because that's where we live for now, and that's fine. If you want to move, that's okay. Break my heart, whatever. Go ahead and withdraw and equip your mule, and we're going to write it out into a few zones. Also, since we're here, we can just kind of store the stuff that we collected. Next up, we're going to enter a portal zone. Now, if you have friends that you're going to be playing with and they don't play out of Bridgewatch, you're going to consult with them first, because this is going to lock your portal zone for 1 week, but you can always alter it by traveling 15 in real life minutes to other zones. But it can be a pain in the butt if your friends play out of Martlock's portal zone, or you're trying to stream snipe a streamer that lives in Martlock or something. Anyway, what you're going to do from the town here, you're going to go up to these little areas that says Conqueror's Hall Level 1. It doesn't matter left or right, just pick one and then go into it. Alright, and what we're going to do is enter the Bridgewatch portal zone that leads to the black zone. Once you're in the Conqueror's Hall, if you just go forward, there is like this ominous portal right up front, just north. So we're going to ride up there. And here we go. It looks just like this. We're going to left click the big glowing portal, and then we're going to click enter. And it says removing your binding has a 7-day cooldown. Alright, it's not a big deal. We're not really going to be playing out of this much. We're just getting some early easy quests, but just go ahead and enter it. And it's going to tell you, hey, you're going to bind here. That's fine. It's not permanent. All right. You can rebind anytime, but we just got the reward. Enter a portal town. Yay. And that's going to, again, give us some fireworks, which don't really do anything. Here's what they look like. I'll equip them for you and fire some off, just so you can see what they look like. Let's hide the text, and I got to wait on the cooldown. Again, it's just a fun little thing. Like, if you beat someone up and you shoot off fireworks, it's kind of funny. So, again, we put the firework on the ground, and then it launches and it explodes. Whoop-de-doo, right? That's not exactly why we came here, though. Alright, so number 10, when we are in the portal town, this is what it looks like. Pretty cool, right? There are so many different exits. It does not matter which exit you choose. So, I'm just going to pick the one closest to me, because, again, it doesn't matter. There are these little blue well things near the exits. You're going to left-click them. This is going to turn you invisible and silence you, and that completes the quest. We're going to get back on the mount and enter the black zone. Now, when we are in the black zone, we have a limited amount of time to use this invisibility, and so we want to go into one of these blue swirling icon things. Now, when you mouse over it, it's going to show you a player number count, and if that player number count is like 0 out of 7, you cannot enter this. That means too many people entered it recently and it's closed. So just go back into the portal zone, go back where you came, and pick a different direction until you find one that you can go into. Now, using your mule, you're going to ride there, and then you're going to enter this portal. So we're at the portal, we're going to left click it, that's going to enter it, and this is, that's a weird name, don't worry about the names. This is a Roads of Avalon. These things are rather complex, and they change constantly. They are never in the same spot, they never lead to the same spots. It's very confusing. We can explain what these are later in the video. It's not important right now. All that's important is that we get back to town safely, because we're in a black zone. Now, on the way, we're going to leave the portal. On the way back, we're going to use an R ability. R is the button we're pushing. This is a mount ability called Journey Back. We're going to pay 434 silver to teleport home. And what you're going to do is try to find somewhere where there are no players, where when you stand still in the middle of nowhere... Oh, there's a hidden treasure, by the way. That's what hidden treasures look like. You see the little glow? We're naked, so that would take forever to bust open with our fists, but whatever. If you find those, break them open, it's free money. Find an area where there's no players and you stand still, you don't hear anything going on around you, and there's no enemies, like this little tiger thing is walking up towards us. We don't want to aggro any enemies at all. So when you've done that, push the R button to use Journey Back. You're going to pay 434 silver, only if it completes. And at this point, because we're near the portal zone, people could be invisible. And if they suddenly appear... and you're not about to teleport home, that means they're going to kill you. And you can't really run from them on a mule. You just eat the loss. It's fine. We got money for it. But teleporting home with that R ability gives us a quest completion. Let me show you what we got. We've unlocked a bunch of rewards. Use an invisibility portal. That's a famed tome. Enter a black zone. That's a orange one worth 50,000. Use the Journey Back ability as a red one. And enter a Road of Avalon as a blue one worth 10,000. So all of these are adding up to level us up super duper quickly. Next up, we're going to enter and leave a safe portal. So, opening up the portal zone, we have this big crazy portal called SAFE portal. I don't remember what the acronym stands for, but don't believe it, it's not safe. Alright, there's nothing safe about the black zone. But anyway, we're going to ride up to this portal with just the mule. We're going to click OK. We're going to pay 10,000 silver. I know that sounds like a lot, and right now it is kind of sort of, but don't worry about it. Click travel. We're going to make that back super quick. By just traveling there, we complete a quest, and then once you're here, click the portal. As soon as the game lets you, you'll be shielded for a little bit. We got 24 seconds on our shield. I know I have text in the way, but like if I mouse over the icon, invulnerability is going to last, again, like 16 more seconds. All right, and then we're going to click the portal, and then we're going to return home. All right, and that's going to complete another quest. So yes, this was worth 2 quest completions. So here are the rewards for that. We have a blue learning point one and an orange fame journal. All right, from here we're going to leave the Bridgewatch portal zone, and there's again you see this little I don't know what it is. Hey, it's Stalker 333. That's cool. No, I don't want to trade you. Sorry. Anyway, this is the travel planner down here. It's again the compass icon, and just click the Bridgewatch. It'll be free because it's technically connected to Bridgewatch. The Bridgewatch portal zone. You can travel to and from there at will now. You don't have to go all the way through the Conqueror's Hall anymore. You can just click the icon right here to go back to the Bridgewatch portal zone at any time. Alright, so it's time to get our gear from the bank. We're going to go back to the bank, and we're not going to be doing any fast travel, so we can go ahead and put our gear back on and bank all these books. We'll be using them later. These Tomes of Learning, you can go ahead and use these. Now, make sure that it's a Tome of Learning and not a Tome of Insight. Insight is the fame reward. So the one that has like a book in a book, that's fine. If it's a red ribbon, don't use it. But the ones that have a book icon, you can just use those. Just go ahead and eat them. You don't have to have any equipment for those. But go ahead and put all your gear on, all right, including your soup. And again, we have the fireworks here. You can leave that in your inventory if you want. I'm just going to bank it because I don't really care. And what we're going to do is we're going to salvage our cape. That sounds bad. Like, I want to have a cape. Capes are cool. We're going to get a better cape soon. It's fine. Capes are just bland, plain capes do almost nothing for us. It just gives us a tiny bit of energy, which is nothing in the grand scheme of things. So what you're going to do is you're going to go to this repair station. Make sure that it's right here in this little circle at the top of town, and it says owner's system, okay? Don't go down here and use a repair bench. That might be owned by a player who named their character system, and they're going to scam you. Don't do it. So use the one up here that's near the travel planner, okay? Only this one. This is the only repair bench you should ever use in town. All right, you're going to go to this guy and just repair everything. That's fine. Just everything's repaired. Cool. Now you're going to click this little recycle button that says salvage, okay? And you're going to drag your cape over to this window, and then you're going to click salvage. It's going to give you 20 silver and some of the materials back. There we go. That completes a quest. That quest gives us a tier 2 Tome of Insight. Very cool. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to split your carrot soups, and then you can put the other 2 back on, but we have 1 carrot soup in our inventory. And what you're going to do is you're going to find an Elder's Cook. All right, it looks like a little pot pie icon on the map. And if you left click them, it'll only highlight the cooking stations. It doesn't matter which cooking station we go to. Just go to the closest one. Just make sure that it's lit up. Like this one is not lit up, so it doesn't have any, it barely has any food, but this one over here is lit up, so that station is currently working. These player-owned stations, they get hungry, and if no one feeds them, they don't work anymore. So we're going to go over here to the chef. He's a jolly old chef man. There he is. And then we're going to left-click on him, and then we're going to click this study icon, and we're going to drag the one soup over, and then we're going to study it, and there we go. Awesome. Now we studied an item, and now we get another Fame Tome reward for it. So there we go. Next up, you are going to craft a Tier 2 Tome of Spells, and to do that, we need 4 Simple Cloth and 4 Stiff Leather. When you salvaged your cape, you might have gotten 1 Simple Cloth and 1 Stiff Leather, or you might not have. But what you're going to do is go to the player market and just buy the rest of the things you need. So we're going to open the market, like so, and go to the Buy tab. And I'm going to type Simple Cloth. There we go. And I already have one, so I just need to buy 3 of these. And they are 14 silver each, so that's super cheap, right? And then Stiff Leather in the search box. There we go. And then buy 3 of these. They're 49 each. A little bit more expensive, that's fine. But now I have 4 and 4. And sometimes, depending on how you do it, if you have this button here that's highlighted Transfer Completely Purchased Directly to Inventory, it'll go to your inventory. If not, it'll be in a red box here on the bottom. You have to click this red box to claim your items, all right? So once you've done that, we are then going to find a mage tower, and that's simple enough to do. I'll show you what to do. We're going to open our mini-map here, and it looks like this little book icon, Mage's Tower. Just click that, and make sure to go to one that isn't faded out. The closest one is fine. Don't worry about any of the other stats on the tower. Just find yourself a mage tower. So here we are at the Elder's Mage Tower. We're just going to left-click that. It doesn't matter if it's Elder or not. And then you're going to click Novice's Tome of Spells. And we're just going to click Craft. There we go. Craft an item in a royal city. That completed. And use a city's crafting bonus. So we did 2 quests in one. And that is a Tier 4 and a Tier 3 Tome of Insight. All right, number 14, you're going to buy and eat a bean salad. All right, this is a very simple basic quest, but you go to the market here. And then you're just going to type in bean salad. There we go. And then they're 400 to 500 silver, whatever. Just buy bean salad. There you go. And then you're going to dismount off of your mount and then right-click the bean salad to put it in your food slot. Then you're going to push your number 2 button once the cooldown allows you to. And you're just going to eat the salad. And that's going to give you a quest reward. So there we go. Om nom nom. And eat a salad that improves your crafting. And that gives us a Tier 3 Tome of Insight. All right, next up, we're going to re-roll the quality of an item. So we're going to go back up to the main part of town, back to the repair bench. Do you remember where he's at? The repair bench guy right here, this dude. And you're going to left-click him, and then you're going to click this middle tab that says re-roll quality. All right, and then I'm just going to throw the Tome of Spells that we crafted in there. It's whatever. And then I'm going to pay 162 silver, and I'm just going to click this re-roll button, click pay, and there we go. That gives us a Tier 2 Tome of Insight. Now, if you really want to min-max this step, it's not important because all of this is like baby stuff. We actually got a really high quality one there. We got an excellent quality. But you could do the backpack so you can have more carry weight, but this one was already of good quality, so it would cost even more silver. So just pick something that doesn't have a cool border around it, really. It doesn't matter. All right, so we're going to meld 36 runes into an item. So we're going to go back to the market. Yes, again, we're doing a lot of very cheap and easy and quick quests here to really power up our character, all right? You're going to go to the market, and then you're going to type in rune, and you want to make sure it's these blue Adepts runes that show up, and you're going to buy 36 of them, all right? So 36 at 13 each, that's 468 silver, not a lot of silver. With those runes, we're going to then leave the market, and we're going to go to the Artifact Foundry, and this is a form of in-game gambling. It's usually not profitable, but we're doing it for a quest, so it doesn't matter. Now, below the repair station is the arena vendor, and then below that person is the Artifact Foundry. And it looks like this. It's an old guy with a big old hammer thing. Just click on him, and then this is to create an artifact, and what we're going to do is we are going to click under this third little row here has Warrior, Mage, Hunter, and then Any. So you're going to click the Any box, and you're going to get one of these random items, all right? And so 36 runes is an estimated market value of 531. I think we paid less for that, but we're going to click meld and see what we get. There we go. We melded an item, and that item is worth 4,111. So we actually profited there. Pretty good profit. But we weren't doing it for the profit. It doesn't matter. All right, and then that's going to give us a tier 4 Tome of Insight. All right, so it's time to level up. Make sure that you have your gear equipped. A cape does not count as gear, and neither does the potion or food slot. Don't worry about those. All that you need to worry about is your offhand, main hand, weapon, armor, helmet, and boots. Also, don't worry about bag. These Tomes of Insight are going to apply fame. They're going to apply fame to level up our gear. This is how you level up in this game, okay? And so we're going to use this tier 2 one. It's brown. It gives 2,000 combat fame. We're going to click use one time on this, and that gives us 2,000 fame. So what that just did is that unlocked tier 3 for us. So what that tome did, it applied 2,000 fame to everything we have equipped. And here's how to check that or look at it. You can either push B to go to the Destiny board, and this thing looks confusing as hell. This thing looks like something out of Path of Exile, but it's not. It's real simple. But here's how we're going to do this. If you open your inventory, click on your, like, say, your weapon, and click Item Equipable down here, left-click it. What that's going to do is show you the weapon side of the Destiny board. We have, like, bows and armor and mage, all right? So our goal is to fill up this experience meter to 5,000 to unlock tier 3 weapons. So that's the Fire Staff, Holy, Arcane, Frost, Cursed, and so on. All right? And I'm going to talk more about weapon choices later in the video, but you can just follow along for now because the mage weapon line is just really, really good at leveling and collecting fame for other weapons. And with the current changes of the game, the actual best fame farming weapon in the game is this weapon. It's a little pricey though. Just the flat 4 is 2.4 million. We can't afford that right now. I think it might be a little cheaper. We'll see. But it's not something we can really afford right away. And so I'm going to give several different recommendations. But for now, we're just going to stick with mage. And you could change it up however you want. And at some point, once your account has been around a while, you can come to the test server, and the test server will let you just spawn any weapon you want, and you can try out all the weapons, but we're not going to do that today for this video. So at this point, you have to make a decision. We need to get all of our gear to tier 3. You can continue to use these tomes, right? And so in this case, for this armor, we click Item Equipable here, and then we go to Cloth Armor. We can see that, we need about 3,500 more fame. So we could use this 5,000 fame tome, or we can go outside and kill things. Now, this is a recent change to the game. Back before this patch, if you were not of adequate level and you tried to fight a monster that was too high leveled, the game gave you a massive stat disadvantage to where you couldn't technically kill it until you leveled up. But that's gone from the game. You can now go to any zone, and you will have an equal match against monsters. And they also buffed the strength of the starting tier 2 items. So, here I am in a yellow zone, and I'm just going to go fight a monster real quick and show you. I don't have the 3 days of premium activated, but we can easily fight this guy. He's got 1,203 HP, and we'll just cast our spells on him. And his HP is like almost completely gone, right? There we go. He's basically dead. We killed that one enemy, 1,946 fame. Which is, again, the same as this Tier 2 Tome of Insight. These Tier 2 Tomes of Insight, they're not that good. Alright? And so if you want, that was just one enemy, but you can pull multiple enemies if you want to. You can fight multiple, units at once. And again, these guys, they're not so tough. They are a little bit tough because I'm in Tier 2 gear, but that's about to change. We're going to be upgrading to Tier 3 gear right now. So again, there we go. We earned enough fame. And you'll notice that we're unlocking all these things that are popping up on screen here, like Journeyman, Leather Armor Fighter, and so on and so forth. So now when I open the Destiny board and I scroll up to Mage, hey look, now we can equip different types of weapons. So at this point, you kind of make a choice. Do you want to be a Fire Mage, Priest, Arcanist, Frost Mage, Warlock, so on and so forth, okay? And there's, again, any of them is mostly fine just because of the changes of how the save zones work and how we're going to be farming. But for now, what I want to do is I want to unlock... what is it? I want to unlock Arcanist because I want to get to the Astral Staff. This weapon is it's the best weapon for PvE fame farming in save zones. It's the best save zone fame farm weapon in the game, bar none, okay? It's also really good for skinning. It's really good. It's just really, really good. But it's expensive. We can't afford it. The other weapon that I'm going to start with also is down here, and this is under the warrior section, and that is the axe tree. The battle axe is pretty good, but the easiest weapon to use for new players is going to be the great axe. So that's what I'm going to work on. And to do that, I need to equip a tier 2 sword, which is super duper cheap. Let's go back to town. Super duper cheap, right? We're gonna buy some equipment, and you can follow along with me, or you can choose your own path and choose your own weapon. But I'm gonna give a little synopsis real quick of all the weapons on the screen, talk about it a bit, so that you're not left in the dark not knowing what to choose. Here we go, Warlock Tree, best all-around weapon for all content, PvP, PvE, everything. Frost, it's annoying in 1v1s, it's really slow to kill people with, but it's really hard to escape Frost as well. It's more of a support weapon in group PvP. Arcanist, that is the support weapon. However, the Astral Staff in that weapon tree is #1 for PvE in safe zones. It's expensive though. Priest, it's great for small scale healing. You can also heal large scale dependent on your weapon. You can solo PvE fairly well. Pyromancer, great for PvP and okay for PvE, but it's really more of a PvP weapon. I like fire staffs a lot. Torch is an offhand. Then it has the Crypt Candle, which is the best PvE offhand in the game. Next up is Nature Staff, great for group heals, and it's probably the best healing weapon for soloing PvE. This thing lets you solo really strong enemies, but it doesn't scale very well. Shapeshifter Staff is an all-arounder weapon line. It can tank, it can DPS, it can heal, it can do everything. Alright, it's expensive though. Quarterstaffs are decent at PvE. Actually, I've done them number crunching. Believe it or not, it's a good PvE weapon. It is tricky to PvP with, it's very situational. But it's not so good for 1v1s. Spears are the literal mid-weapon of the game. There are people that love this weapon and swear by it, and there's people that think it's nothing special. I'm in the nothing special crowd. I think that every other weapon line does something better than spears. Spears really only exist to counter swords in PvP, and, like, who cares? Alright. Daggers, they're really good at PvP. The #1 PvPer uses daggers. But they're not the best for PvE. They're okay, but they're not the best. Bows are great at PvP, and only one bow, the Bow of Badon, is good at PvE, but the rest are very mid. Shields, the offhand, that's really just for tanks. Crossbows, they're great at PvE and PvP. They're not the best at either, but they're up there. Like, they are, if you want a jack-of-all-trades weapon, pick crossbow over a freaking spear, I'm telling you now. War Gloves, they are great for PvP because of the insane mobility and burst. They're mid for PvE. There's a few gloves that are okay for PvE, but they're not as fast as other weapons, so there's really no point in using them. Hammers are a tank weapon that are mostly for PvP, but you can still PvE, like, tank dungeons with them. I would not use these to solo fame farm ever. Maces are a tank weapon mostly for PvE, but there are some niche uses for PvP, especially mass group PvP and backline tanks. There's a whole lot of situational stuff, but it's not for solo players, and this guide is mainly for solo players. Axes, great weapon, super easy to use, fun, almost idiot-proof. It's literally anyone can use an axe to a great degree. They're great in all situations. They have some of them have niche uses. The battle axe, the great axe, the bear paws, the realm breaker, they're all amazing weapons that you're gonna smash faces with. Alright? Swords, they're great at PvP when you finally level them up and you play really, really good. But if you don't play good, if you suck at the game, if you don't have high levels, they're not so good. And the swords are tricky to use. There's a lot to keep up with buffs and timings and all sorts of other mechanics. They also aren't the fastest at clearing mobs. They're okay, but there's way faster weapons out there. Now, here is the path that I would theoretically take on this character knowing what I know. I would start with the Great Axe, and then I would work my way, once I can afford it, into the Astral Staff to min-max my PvE mob clearing ability and potential. And also, I would be working on gathering. I would choose skinning. Even though the item power caps make skinning slower than in the past, it is still the highest source for silver per hour due to baby drops. And then eventually, I would level Pyromancer, the fire weapon tree. For PvP purposes, for PvE, I will wear cloth armor for maximum damage, which means maximum clear time. I will use a leather helmet so that I can get my cooldowns back faster, and cloth boots so that I can run and increase my damage without being purgeable for PvE. Not that purging really matters in PvE much. And then for PvP, I would wear a full cloth set to be a complete glass cannon min-maxer that just rushes in and does as much burst damage as possible. Also, one new thing about this patch is that Tier 2 equipment, you can hold on to your Tier 2 stuff and still level up to Tier 4. For instance, I can unlock Tier 4 Pyromancer by using a Tier 2 Novice's Fire Staff. That's completely fine. Used to, before the patch, you had to upgrade to Tier 3 first, and, well, you know, that's just how it is now. Now, remember earlier, we had the leather helmet, the cloth chest piece, and the plate boots, so that we unlocked all of the early Destiny board unlocks. This means Journeyman Plate Armor Fighter here. We have the Cloth Armor Fighter there, and the Leather Armor Fighter there. So that's all unlocked, but now we don't have to mix and match anymore if we don't want to. So, following my plan, which I outlined here, I'm going to start with Cloth Armor, Leather Helmet, and Cloth Boots. So that means I need Cloth Boots. So, again, you can take your own path if you want, but this is what I'm doing, so it's just easier to follow, not clothier, but it's easier to follow me if you want. In that case, I'm just going to go to Category, and then I'm going to go to Foot Armor, and then Cloth Shoes. And then I'm going to click this tier box, click Tier. Tier 2 is actually more expensive than Tier 3, so I'm just going to put on Tier 3, because, again, it's cheaper. Why not? By one, right? And then we have the leather helmet already and the cloth armor, so we're pretty much set. I can just put that on. There we go. And since I'm starting with axes, I am going to need a broadsword, or a sword. So I'm going to go to weapons, and then I'm just going to go to sword, and then reset this here, and then go to Tier 2. Okay, that reset everything, my bad. They changed how the market works. Anyway, so again, we're going to go to sword. We'll go to all. There we go, all swords, Tier 2. Go all here. We have the beginner's broadsword, the Tier 2. You can go to Tier 3. It's red. If it's red, that means you can't wear it yet. So I'm going to go to Tier 2. There we go. And just buy a novice's broadsword. There we go. And then put that on. Awesome. And yeah. After that, everything I have equipped, I definitely want to level up. So I could either go out into the world and kill stuff, or I can go down here and see that I need 5,000 fame to unlock Tier 3 swords. Alright, so, well, we have 5,000 fame right here with one of these Journeyman's Tomes. So we'll eat that. There we go. Now Tier 3 swords are unlocked. You can see it's no longer red. Pretty cool, right? But I don't want to use swords. I want to use axes. Alright? The Great Axe doesn't start until Tier 4. So in order to use axes and level axes, I need a Tier 3 axe. So we'll just click the all button and click Tier 3. And there we go. $597 for that battle axe. We'll go ahead and buy that. There we go. You know, pick some skills, and then we can go to equip down here. In order to unlock Tier 4 axes, I'm going to need 25,157 fame. And while I'm doing that, I want to, you know, unlock everything that I can wear for these other categories. So for cloth sandals, I need 20,000 more, okay. And scholar robe, because I want the Tier 4 stuff. Let's see, Tier 4. Yeah, I'm at 8,000 in out of 25,000. Okay, and then for leather helmet, we are, let's see, also 8,000 in. So if I consume a tome worth 20,000 or two of these blue ones worth 10,000, that would work. But I'm gonna go to the bank and we're gonna eat tomes, or I can go out into the open world and farm if I want. But you know, we got some money to spend, so why not spend it, right? Now, see, these are worth 20,000, so let's eat a red one real quick. There we go. And that's going to unlock some more stuff here. So, again, we had, well, I think it was these three. I've already forgotten. But yeah, we have Tier 4 armor unlocked, and I want the cleric robe. So now, I'm going to go buy me a cleric robe, which your armor and your weapon are the two most important gear pieces. The helmet and the boots don't nearly give you as much stats, so that's what we are replacing first. So I'm going to type cleric robe, reset my search parameters, and then I'm going to get an enchantment level 0.1. And here's the thing, right? I'm going to explain tiers and enchantment levels now. So here is the most basic way to explain this. Tiers and enchantment levels. You'll notice that this weapon here, and let me hide the text, is a tier 3 battle axe. So it's green in the background. It's got the number 3 here. It's a tier 3 battle axe, okay? You'll see this tier 2 broadsword is an item power of 500. This tier 3 axe is an item power of 600. When I get a tier 4 axe, it will be an item power of 700. Tier 4 and above can be enchanted 1 through 4. And each enchantment level is plus 100 item power. Every time you go up a tier, it's plus 100 item power. So a 4.1, this is how we refer to these items in the game. A 4.1 item is a tier 4 item that is enchantment level 1. So 4 plus 1 is 5, so that's 500 item power. A tier 5 item is not enchanted, just flat 5. It's referred to as flat 5 or 5.0. It's a tier 5 item with no enchantment. And that is also 500 item power, kinda, sorta. Let me explain. Let me show you a tier 5 cleric robe. So every time you go up from tier 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8, there is something called a mastery modifier. This one is a plus 5%. If I go to tier 6, this one is plus 10. And again, if I go to tier 8, it is plus 20%. So the more mastery and specialization you have, the more benefit you would get from wearing higher tier armor and weapons. And mastery and specialization is as follows. So, when you are on the Destiny board, okay, we started as a Fire Mage. We got the tier 3 unlocked, and let's say we unlocked tier 4 Pyromancer. From tier 4, you have different fire staffs. You have a fire staff and a great fire staff, the infernal staff, wildfire staff, brimstone staff, blazing staff, dawn song, and flame walker staff, my favorite weapon in the game. And that's why I'm going to go PvP with this bad boy. But essentially, the way the fire staffs work, your Q and W abilities are always the same. The E ability changes. So on the fire staff, you have Pyroblast. But on the great fire staff, you have Flame Pillar. And on the Flame Walker staff, you have Spontaneous Combustion. Alright? So, this is called Mastery. Pyromancer is Mastery, and it levels up to 100, and every time you level it up, you gain item power, or 0.02 bonus item power with all fire staffs. But then you can specialize in different weapons of that weapon line. So if I specialize in fire staffs, I get a 0.2 bonus to all fire staffs for leveling up specialization, and I get a +2 specialization bonus to item power for every level of fire staff combat specialization. Does that make sense? I know it's a little complex, but essentially, at 100 mastery, this gives +20 item power to all fire staffs. And then when this is level 100, the specialization, I will get a +200 item power to fire staffs and a +20 to the other weapons. Alright? I know this is a little bit complex, but what this means is essentially, if I level up every fire staff to 100, they all boost each other's power. Sort of. Okay? So the first 3 weapons in a line are your normal weapons. These give you a 0.2 to all of the other weapons. Then you have your artifact weapons. This would be these 3 weapons here, and they only give a 0.1 to all other fire staffs. So they're not as fun to level up, really, right? And what is an artifact weapon? Well, to craft a fire staff, I just need wood and metal. All right? And again, that's the same for the Great Fire and the Infernal Staff. These are normal weapons. For artifact weapons, to make a Wildfire Staff, I need an artifact called the Wildfire Orb, which earlier, when we did that quest for the runes, this is how you get them. You can also do group dungeons, and they will drop randomly in chests. So the Wildfire Orb would be with runes. The Brimstone Staff is another artifact using souls. And then the Blazing Staff is an artifact using relics. Then you have Avalonian weapons, which uses an Avalonian drop from the roads. Remember that portal we went into in the Black Zone? That's an Avalonian road. those chests will drop Avalonian items, or this glowing harmonic ring, using Avalonian shards. And then we have crystal weapons, and you can only get these crystal artifacts from being in a guild with premium active at the end of a season reward. So these are the hardest weapons to find, craft, and so on. And this Pyreheart crystal can be made with crystal shards. Again, you can only get this by being in a guild or going to... You can go to the market and buy anything in the game, by the way. But this is how players acquire it. You cannot go to a zone and farm it manually. You have to wait till the end of a guild season to receive this randomly as a reward. So super duper rare. But anyway... Normal weapons have a base item power, like this tier 4 fire staff has a base item power of 700. Same with the fire and the infernal. Now the rune weapon is plus 25. The soul weapon is plus 50. The relic weapon is plus 75. The Avalonian weapon is plus 100, and so is the crystal weapon. This means that the highest item power is the Avalonian and crystal weapons, okay? So, the fire staff compared to the Flamewalker staff, they have the same Q and W spells, just a different E spell. But your Q and W spells will always be stronger with a crystal weapon or an Avalonian weapon over any of the other weapon types. That's just how it is. The rarer the weapon, the more it deals. So, with more item power comes more damage, more defense, more stats, more number go up, and your dopamine get fun. Next up is the quality of items. It goes from normal to masterpiece. So a normal item has no border around it. This is an excellent quality, so it has a silver border. I'll just show you some quality real quick. So if we go to normal, we can see, let's just go to tier like 8 weapons. Why not? Okay, so here's some normal quality tier 8 weapons. There's no border. Then we have the good quality weapons, and I know the text is in the way a little bit. The good quality has a little crappy silver border, like a metal-looking border. Outstanding has this bronze-brown border. Excellent has the bright white silver border, and Masterpiece has the golden border. So every single upgrade of quality increases the item power by 20, 40, 60, and then 100. So the best possible gear in the game is an 8.4 Masterpiece, which there is, this is what it would look like. It has the 4 enchantment dots, it's tier 8, it's got the golden border. That will give you the most possible item power of 1600. And if, well, that's for a normal item. All right, you can see this is an artifact giving 1650. If it was a crystal or a crystal weapon or an Avalonian weapon, it would, or armor piece rather, it would be plus 100. So 1700 is the base maximum power level an item can get. And then with your mastery and your specialization all maxed out, that's another 300 to 350, I believe. Pushing this you can push things up to like 2,250 or something crazy. You can get really strong stuff. And to go even further beyond, you could do something called Overcharge, which has a % chance to break the gear, but you would never really do that with the best possible gear because that would be insane. Our main goal and objective right now is to get around or slightly higher than 1,200 item power. So right now we're in tier 3 gear. This is 600. Whoop-de-doo. We're gonna get there. It won't take too long. Now, you'll notice that this tier 4.1 Cleric Robe, right? This one is a good quality with it's worth 820 item power. That's not quite where we need it to be. Now, if I switch to tier 5, you'll notice it's red. I need mastery levels to wear the tier 5. So if we go to item equipable, you'll see at level 10 mastery, I unlock tier 5. At level 30 mastery, unlock tier 6. Level 60 mastery, tier 7, and level 100, tier 8 gear. Now, leveling your mastery to 100 can be done in a single day. It does not take very long at all to do. All right, it's super easy. Again, you can do it in a single sitting, especially with the new patch with the different fame values, and there's nothing holding you back. This is easy to do. It's so easy to unlock tier 8. Tier 8 flat is 1,100 item power, so we need the equivalent of 8.1 gear. Except we don't. We just need mastery and specialization leveled up to the point where it will help boost our item power to get there. So this tier 5.3 Cleric Robe is flat 1,120 item power. And if we get some mastery and some specialization as we level up, this number will definitely go up. So again, this is 239,000 silver, which is quite a bit for a new player, but we're going to work towards it. For now, we want gear that is just good enough that we can afford to speed up the process to get where we want to go. So I'm going to be buying this 4.1 cleric robe. There we go. And then I'm going to put that bad boy on and equip some skills and passives from that. Now, in order to unlock the cloth cowl fighter, so I can get to the tier 4 cloth helmets, I do need to wear a tier 3 scholar cowl. No, it says novice works. Never mind. Again, they changed it in the patch. I don't need tier 3. Tier 2 is fine. But I'm wearing leather right now. Wait, no, I want leather with my build. Never mind, I'm thinking of a different build. I got my builds mixed up. It's totally fine now. You'll notice a lot of stuff in our inventory. We don't need this old gear anymore. And so we can just sell that. Like, this Tome of Spells, I'm on a test server, so things aren't exactly selling at the value that they're supposed to be. But you would just kind of sell things, or you can hold on to them if you want, it's fine. But just sell things as you need. Right, this thing that I gambled, it's only worth 3,900. That's a normal price on a normal server, so I could safely sell that, and so on and so forth. But what we're going to do is we're going to buy some gathering items, and with our tier 3 equipment, we're going to kill mobs and gather some items so we can increase our silver so we can buy better items. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type skinning knife here into the search, and I have tier 2 selected on the box. I'm going to buy this tier 2 skinning knife. And we need to level up our gathering so that we can get to tier 4 gathering. And at tier 4 gathering, you can buy specialized gathering armor that gives you a bonus to gathering. That's right. Also, with our little amount of silver here, we're also going to type into the search pork. Ignore what I typed. Pork pie. I was thinking of something else. And yeah, pork pie. And this may look expensive, 3,500. It might be more, it might be less, okay? Don't fret about the price, but you're going to buy one of these. So food buffs in this game last on, they last for 30 minutes. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and bank everything for now. And we're going to be using these tomes later. Don't worry about that. But we're going to go ahead and just bank everything real quick. And we're going to go skin some animals. And if you chose a different gathering profession, you can gather it that way. I'm just going to put everything in, pull that knife back out, and there we go. And no, I don't want to equip the knife. We do not equip the knife in our weapon slot. Also, this looks goofy, having a Tome of Spells with a battle axe. People are going to make fun of me. It's fine. It doesn't matter because I'm switching to two-handed items anyway, but you would want to use a torch here or something of the sort that isn't spell-related. For me, it doesn't really matter. It's still leveling up the offhand. Again, it is what it is. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to a tier 4 blue zone, all right? So let's reset our camera. And we have a tier 4 blue zone in the top left and in the bottom right. Well, I happen to have a map of the mob spawns already planned and made for the bottom right zone. And I'm going to pull that up right now for you. And you could copy this if you want. And it's not exact because mobs do get shuffled around a little bit, but let me go ahead and show you on the screen here. This is Drywater Meadow. The blue circles are tier 4 mobs, the green ones are tier 3 mobs, and the yellow ones are tier 2 mobs. Not a lot of tier 2 mobs on this map, but it is, I don't know, it's still a work in progress. You can, I have an entire video guide on how gathering works. It's like an hour and 40 minutes long. I'll talk about that later. Oh, by the way, we need to replace this mule. So dismount your mule, unequip it, go to the market, and then type transport ox in the search box. You'll have these tier 3 transport oxes. They should be around 10,000 silver. Go ahead and buy one, equip it, and put this bad boy on. So oxes work a little bit different than mules. Also, if you want, you can sell your mule at this point. So I'm just going to sell it for 2,800. There we go. There was a mule dupe a long time ago, kind of, sort of, not exactly a dupe, but it sometimes ruins the market prices because people still hold on to them. I have a couple thousand. Again, it wasn't an exploit. It was just a really funny way of transporting mules out of the tutorial zone, but it got patched. Doesn't work. Anyway, so with your ox, here's why we're buying an ox. These things have way more health. They're faster than a mule, but not by much. But they have something called maximum load. With this ox, we can carry an additional 1,120 kilograms of weight. But here's the thing. We now have two numbers on our maximum carry weight up here and right here. one is the carry weight with the mount active, and the other one is not. So, with the mount like this, I have the mount's carry weight on me. If I unsummon this mount or get attacked by a player, the mount goes away, and so does my carry weight from the mount. So, what this means is that when I gather, I'm going to park the mount near what I gather so that I can inherit its carry weight. Now, later on in the game, you will unlock boar mounts, and boar mounts give you carry weight, not as much as an ox, but they give you a good amount of carry weight, and whenever you unsummon an ox, when you unsummon a boar, it does not matter. You still keep the boar's carry weight. So what you're going to do now, in a tier 4 blue zone like this, you're going to kill and skin tier 2 animals. These impalas, you just kill them. Just run up and attack them and kill them, alright? And I have the wrong weapon skills, but that's fine because we can still kill these pretty easily, alright? And then when you kill an animal and you have the skinning knife in your inventory, you just left-click the animal and you will skin them. Alright, so I just got 9 rugged hide from that, and that's worth 641 silver. Not bad for a single click, right? Now, you're going to eat this pork pie, and then that's going to give you a gathering yield of 15%. I also recommend, at this point, to use that free 3 days of premium. I'm not going to use it right now, but it is recommended that you do at some point so that you can increase your gathering yield by 50%. Pretty good. Also, while I'm out skinning animals, you can skin these tier 3 ones also. If you want to know if a mob is tier 2 or tier 3, click on the mob. You see the little number under its portrait. That is the tier of the mob. So, this is a tier 3 because I have a tier 2 skinning knife. I can skin non-enchanted mobs 1 tier above this. Okay, so there we go. Now, skinning a tier 3 mob takes a little bit longer, but we get a green resource. This is thin hide. I got 6 there. Now I have 9, and see, I got a little bit of a bonus yield, right? That's why we want the bonus yield. So this is 1,200 silver, this is 1,200 hide. We just made 2,400 silver by skinning a few mobs. But now also, we're gonna, kill mobs, especially ones that glow like this. These are generally harder to fight mobs, but you just have to make sure that you dodge these big attacks, all right? Also, if you have an AoE weapon, which we're working towards, we're gonna be working towards it, then you need to kill everything you can all at once. Alright, there we go. Killing this thing gave us 3,117 fame and 500 silver on the ground. And again, with premium active, these numbers will be higher. Alright, so I've killed enough mobs and I've unlocked the axe fighter, so immediately I want to go back to town and buy myself a great axe, because that's what I want to currently level up. I don't want to level up the battle axe anymore. And it only took a few mobs to kill. I didn't have to kill that many, but on the way back, kill every animal you see and skin them because you're going to need that silver. So here I am back at the market. We're going to clear our search parameters, type Great Axe, and we have the tier 4 Great Axe. I want the Enchanted version. Costs a little bit more. This one's on sale though. Definitely a steal. Go ahead and buy that one. Half off, not bad, even though the quality isn't there. Paying 6,000 to increase my item power by 820, not worth it. Next up, let's get that helmet replaced. I'm going to type Assassin Hood. There we go. And this one is 1,562, but this one is of outstanding quality for 1,568. So for 4 more silver, I can get a way better quality one. So definitely buying that one. There we go. And then boots. This one, Royal Sandals. That's exactly what I want, is the Royal Sandals. However, these things are pricey. I cannot afford those yet, so we're gonna hold off on the boots for now. Also, while I'm in town, in order to sell something, you have to repair it, so just pay the repair fee. You can repair right here at the market, and then sell everything except your skinning knife. Now, here's the cool part. Checking the journal, we have 18 rewards just from going out and killing things and upgrading our equipment. We have 20% of a category here. We've got wear a full set of tier 3. That's going to give us a silver bag with 5,000 silver. That's going to help our money. Unlock tier 4 combat node. That is worth 10,000 silver. Full set of tier 3 equipment again. This is why we click skip, so we can do all 3 at once, right? Unlock any tier 4 combat node. Again, another 10k silver bag. Buy a tier 2 tool from a marketplace. That gives us a tier 3 fishing rod for free. This is really, really cool. Alright, ride an ox. Complete 50 journal missions. Defeat 3 mobs with your mount standing next to you. We did that one. Buy a weapon at the marketplace. 5 equipment items at the marketplace, 10,000 silver in equipment. You get the idea. I'm just going to hit claim all. But yeah, we did all these things, and so look at all the rewards. Again, this has a book icon. We can read that right away, get rid of those. And now we can go fishing if we want, and that's another form of gathering. It's not as profitable as skinning, but hey, you know, we have a tier 3 fishing rod. We can fish in tier 3 and tier 4 zones. It is what it is. And let's use those silver bags. That just gives you silver straight away. So now I'm at 50,000 silver. So I need to go kill more things and gather a little bit more to afford to replace my boots. I don't have to have those boots. I just want those specific boots. Now, theoretically, this would be a good time for me to activate the free 3 days of premium. So there we go. It is now activated. I now get a 50% boost in silver from mob drops, gathering, and fame from killing mobs. You do not get a 50% bonus from reading the tomes. I wish that were true, but that is simply not the case. Right now, our player progression bottleneck is silver, and there is better ways to earn silver, but we just need to level up our gathering so that we can gather even faster. Now that we have the gear, we can kill animals quicker, and if you chose a different gathering profession that doesn't involve killing, that's fine. You still level this up the same way. So, we can use learning points to accelerate our gathering to level it up much faster. So here's how LP works, which is learning points for short. So without premium active, you will earn 10 learning points a day when you complete the daily challenge. What is the daily challenge? Well, right here on the right side of your screen, you see challenges, daily bonus, 500 out of 1,200. So this little key icon, you get these when you kill mobs or you gather. That's all you got to do. Kill things, gather things. That key icon will go up, and so when you complete the daily bonus, you get a free fame tome, and it also builds towards getting all these other rewards that you can unlock only if you have 7 days or more of premium active. So if you use the 3 days of premium, you cannot redeem those, unfortunately. I wish you could. That would be huge money-making potential, but you need a minimum of 7 days. So if I go to these mobs here, and you know, I just kill them real quick, whatever. And you'll notice an icon pops up. You got fame, and we got 64 little key icons by killing that guy. And killing this one will give us another 64. So now we are 629 out of 1,200. When this completes, you will get 10 learning points. Learning points, when you open the Destiny board, are located in the top right corner of your screen. So you get a little bit to start out because you're a new character and all that. We have 145 learning points to start. And we have the 3 days of free premium active, so that changes things. So with premium active, over time, you will passively get 30 learning points every 24 hours. So what this means is you don't have to do the daily challenge at all to get the 10 learning points. You don't even have to be logged into the game or anything. Just after 24 hours have passed, over that amount of time, you will passively generate 30 learning points. So learning points, what do they do exactly? They will give you a 500 fame multiplier towards whatever it is you want to level. And so you're probably wondering, what should I apply my learning points towards? Well, for all new players, the best thing for your money making early on is to rush down a single gathering node all the way down to tier 8, because at tier 8, you unlock tier 8 gathering tools and gathering equipment, which will increase your gathering yield exponentially. So you can see here a tier 8 Avalonian skinning knife. This gives you a gathering yield of 20%. This armor will give you a gathering yield of 35, and then the helmet and the boots will give you another 35. So that's 95% gathering yield. Or 90%, I'm sorry, there's no 5. Just having tier 8 equipment is 90% gathering yield. And having that premium, that's another 50%. Having that pork pie that we ate earlier, which is about to run out because I went AFK in real life and wasted it, whatever. It's fine. You know, that's another 15% there. So all of this stuff adds up to give you gathering yield. So how do you use learning points? Well, what you don't want to do is click this little icon and click yes. That will activate it for everything on your board, which is bad. So everything you do that earns fame is going to spend your learning points super quick. and empty those out. That's a noob trap. Don't fall for it. Make sure that you have that turned off. Do not turn that on, okay? But what you're going to do is you're going to scroll down to your Destiny board, and whatever gathering node you picked, in this case, I picked skinning, all right? So I'm going to click the skinning icon right here on the bottom. This will bring up Journeyman Animal Skinner, 0 out of 1. We have Quick Learn activated. We're going to click the activate button right here and then click yes. So now you'll notice we're going to turn everything else off. And then we're going to click Quick Learn on this. So now, this is what it should look like. Over here on the gathering node, it's got like a half circle, half like yellow and half black. That means this is the only node that Quick Learn is activated on. Alright? We can expand that and we can see that it's under Animal Skinner. So, we only need 2,250 fame from skinning in order to unlock this. Now, this will not display on your whenever you skin. So when I skin this animal one time, it's going to give me 6 fame. All right, it's going to give me 6 times 5 fame. So you can see this reflected here. Right now we're at 137. Let's skin it again. All right, 137 just became 171. All right, not plus 6. It's 6 times 5. All right, so that's 30. So we got 30 fame every time we skinned that animal. So you're going to turn that on, and once you unlock Tier 3 skinning, you can replace your Tier 2 knife with a Tier 3 skinning knife, which not only skins mobs faster, it lets you skin higher tier mobs. And once you get a Tier 4 skinning knife, you can then skin enchanted mobs. And enchanted mobs, if you skin one enchanted mob that's a tier, or a level 3 enchantment, a 4.3 mob, that's 80 to 100,000 silver immediately. Like, it's just free instant money, right? And we need that money. So what I'm going to do now, because I have premium active and whatnot, I'm just going to run around and skin and kill mobs. That's all I'm doing right now. So you notice how this mob is glowing? It's got like a green glow. This is a Tier 4 adult cougar. And if I kill it, it will drop 4.1 hide. But I don't have a Tier 4 skinning knife, so I cannot make any money off of that mob right now. And you see this blue glowing pile of hemp. This is a Tier 4 fiber node. And the blue glow means it's a 0.2 or a level 2 enchanted node. Purple would be Tier 3. And only in full loot zones will you see a golden glow or a Tier 0.4 enchantment node. And I know you may be tempted to level all of your gathering tools at once, but there's a few reasons why you should not do that despite how tempting it may look. I see these copper nodes, this flax. You want to gather it all. I'm sure you do. Oh, hey, here's a hidden treasure. Let's pop this bad boy open. Get some items there. But the reason you don't do this is, for one, you don't have enough learning points to push everything to Tier 8, and you will actually make more silver per hour if you push and focus on a single gathering node to Tier 8 than pushing them all equally. But also, you can only wear one gathering set at a time. And so, yeah, you can mix and match your gathering sets, but then you're just losing yield, and it's just less silver per hour in general. So it's better to just hyper-focus on one thing, get it to Tier 8, get the equipment, and then work on the next one. Also, to check your progress here on the right side of this little Destiny board like pop-out, you can see your percent of how close you are getting to 100. So it looks like every time I skin a Tier 2 mob, I get about 4% of a level, so it's not too bad. Just keep at it, keep hitting all the mobs, and, you know, as you upgrade your weapon, it only gets faster. But because it's a save zone, it only gets faster up to a certain point. Whereas in the old game, or before the patch, if you wore 8.4 gear with maximum specialization, you one-shotted everything in the zone with the most basic abilities. But times change. The item power soft cap now prevents you from doing that, so that an experienced player just can't snuff out the whole zone for themselves, leaving new players with nothing, which was kind of plaguing the game because people were just staying in safe zones forever. So, and I actually have a reputation for that. But anyway, the point is, times change, and with it, metas change and ways change. You'll see here I'm about to hit 100, so there we go, we did it, right? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn that off, because I don't want to level, well, I can't level that up anymore, but now we need to do it for Tier 4. So we're going to activate the Tier 4 node, Go over here, make sure it's the only one activated, and then there we go. Now, for tier 4, it's the same thing. You just skin. So you see I'm at 0%. I'm going to skin this critter now. And it takes a little bit of time, but we're going to go switch out our knife. We're going to just go buy an upgrade. There we go. Still at 0%, so this takes time. All right, it's going to take quite a while, right? So it is something you need to be patient with. It is something that's going to... It's a time investment. It's an MMORPG. It's meant to be a grind, all right? To get to tier 8, you're not going to do it in a few days. It's going to be a few weeks to a month, depending on how much you play and how long you play, and how dedicated and focused you are at getting the job done, okay? Tier 8 gathering is there is no quick path to it. You just got to grind it out. That's all there is to it. Now, here's a quick tip. If you're out here skinning and your skinning knife has very low durability and the game tells you that you can't skin anymore without repairs, you can come to any of these little faction outpost little areas, and they all have a repair bench. And this is owned by the game and not a player, so you can repair here no problem. That way you don't have to run back to town to repair. Just a neat little trick for you. Also, if you're out fame farming and you see a mob with a circle underneath it, that is a mini-boss. They give a good amount of rewards, so they're worth killing. And if it has a spiky circle, that is a boss. And those are pretty hard challenges. You can fight them if you want, and good luck, but they give good rewards. Now, as you kill and gather, you're going to be completing more of these quests. They're a little too much to just kind of name here. I'm just going to hit claim all, and then I'm just going to immediately use all the silver bags. That's 30k. That's another 15k. Own 100,000 silver. Hey, look, we just unlocked another challenge, or completion. 2 of them. So, yeah, claim those. There we go. All right. This one's 1,000 gathering fame towards... 1,000 gathering fame towards skinning. This is the non-tradable reward one. If you find one of these that drops... and it doesn't have this icon, sell it every time. It's worth selling. All right, there we go. And yeah, so we're at 21% on the way to tier 4 gathering. Pretty cool stuff. Let's see. Everything else here we can just kind of sell. You can see I got some random drops from mobs. We need to upgrade our skinning knife to tier 3. So I'm going to then type skinning knife and then go to tier and set it to 3. And then we're going to buy one of these bad boys. Only 1,000 silver. Look at that. And then we could sell... repair and sell the old one. Alright, cool stuff. And right now, I'm sitting at 121,000 silver, so it's time to get those boots. Royal sandals. Alright, here we go. Those are 4.1s that I want. And these are excellent quality. Pretty good. Let's get them. Awesome. So that is the boots replacement. Very good. Now, because I have the full set of gear that I want, we're going to use all the fame tomes. We're just going to use all of them. And that's going to level... Now, here's the thing, right? I just want to alliterate. Very important. If you are locked in with your build and you like the build you have, eat all your fame tomes. You don't need to save them. Not right now. But if you want to experiment and unlock other things, like for instance, let's say I wanted to switch to bows. Well, in order to level bows, I have to equip a tier 2 bow, and then level this bow up to 3, and then level it up to 4, and then I'd have to equip... whatever bow I wanted to specialize in, say the longbow, and then level that up. That's a lot of steps. That's why the tomes let you skip the grind. But because I know that I want to use this set, I can just bang them all out right now. And like my item power is what, 805, I believe. And then we're gonna use all the tomes. And there we go. And these are the big ones too, right? These are big tomes. Very expensive. Well, not expensive, but just, you know, they're just worthwhile. Unequip or equip. Our item power is now 823. So you can see that my power jumped up a bit. Not bad. Pretty good, right? Also, that unlocked a lot more rewards, it sounds like. So we got 6 more rewards. Go ahead and claim those. We got another silver bag to use. It's another 10,000 silver. More fame tomes. This is a learning point tome. Go ahead and just pop all these. And yeah, where are we at now? So it looks like our mastery level is 19. That means I can now equip tier 5 if I want. And we unlocked a new spell, Battle Rush. I don't really need Battle Rush. We unlocked a new passive, Life Leech. Not bad. At level 20, we get increased defense passive. And then at level 30, we can wear tier 6. So we're advancing along rather quickly. Alright, let's talk about faction warfare. That is this girl up here. Well, for Bridgewatch, it's female. Faction enlistment. So this is not a permanent decision. You can change anytime you want. But come up here to the faction captain. So for Bridgewatch, it's Yara Sunblaze. Who cares what the name is? And you click enlist. And then you flag up. Now I have a little orange flag next to my name. What does that do? What did we just do? So faction warfare in Albion Online is an interesting little, mostly safe PvP content. So every city has its own little color, and we can go to the faction warfare, and you see Bridgewatch is orange, and Martlock is blue, Thetford is purple, Fort Sterling is white, and Limhurst is green. And everyone has their own little color flag. I have the orange one here because, again, Bridgewatch is orange. And so what you do is you get a bunch of your buddies, or this happens organically. Just by being faction flagged, everyone else that is also flagged for Bridgewatch is now your ally. They aren't in your party. You don't share loot or XP with them. You kind of sort of do and don't. So if I go out into like a zone and there's an open world chest, and it's a PvP zone, like if like right here, there's a treasure chest, right? And so if I run near this chest, it activates a free-for-all PvP circle where everyone fights, not to the death, but just until knockdown, because it's a yellow zone. But because I'm faction flagged, everyone else that is also faction flagged, we are allies. We cannot attack each other, even in the little PvP circle around this chest. So by faction flagging up, you naturally have more allies. However, everyone else in the rest of the game who is not with Bridgewatch, but is faction flagged as something else, can fight you. Now, in a yellow and a blue zone, yes, they can fight you in a blue zone, but it is not a full loot zone. It is not full loot. Alright, so see how I'm getting flagged up for PvP here to, like, loot this chest? If a bunch of other Bridgewatch people are around the chest, we cannot attack each other, so we would all share the loot. And what happens is you just loot everything as fast as freaking possible, right? So faction flagging up also gives you bonuses. You can see I'm right outside of town, so right now I have a 5% bonus to fame, silver, and loot. So this is why you want a faction flag up. Now I'm going to go 2 zones away. I'm now 1 zone outside of town. And now my bonus, well, it would normally be here, but because on the test server, the faction is so far behind, we don't get the bonus. But Marlock would have got the bonus. Anyway, it would be 10%, and then you go 1 more zone away, and it would be 15%. So that is a 15% fame, loot, and silver bonus on killing mobs. So it is always beneficial for you to flag up. But there's more things, too. Let me kill a mob and show you. So we're going to kill this mob real quick. And you'll notice a new number pops up. We have fame. We have this plus 22 orange circle thing. What the hell is that? That is faction points. So if I open this menu to activities and go to faction warfare, I have 23 faction points. And you also get a daily reward of faction standing, which increases your faction rank. And the higher your faction rank, the more faction points you earn. So it snowballs, all right? And so, with faction points, you can get really good rewards that involve fame tomes, loot, silver, lots of things. Let me show you. So, when you open the faction vendor, there's a tab here called Faction Items. And what you want to do, if you're a new player, you want to buy this, the campaign chest. It's 9,000 faction points. And this will give you anywhere from 60 to 100,000 silver worth of random items. And it will give you around 250,000 fame worth of fame tomes. And you can farm a lot of these an hour. You can farm like 4 to 5 of them in an hour when you're geared and when you're good and when you play the game a lot. It's really easy to farm these, okay? So it just increases your level. It increases your ability to fame up. Faction flagging is something that you should always be doing in a safe zone, no matter what you're doing, okay? Always faction flag up in a safe zone. If another player from another faction beats you up, you only lose durability, and you don't get stuck on the ground for 90 seconds. You get teleported to the nearest outpost that your faction owns. If you are not faction flagged and someone flags up in a yellow zone and downs you, you are stuck there kneeling on the ground for 90 seconds, unable to play the game. But if you are faction flagged, and someone in a yellow zone is not faction flagged, but they are PvP flagged, they cannot attack you. They cannot interfere with faction warfare stuff. In a red zone, yes, they can attack you, but in a yellow zone, they cannot. All right, now let's talk about the mists. You may have seen one of these will-o-wisp things, these blue glowing thingies, okay? This one has a golden aura because it's a legendary rarity because it's a test server and no one uses these, but most likely you'll just find regular ones with no special colored glow. Anyway, you gotta walk near them off your mount. It'll summon a little portal to another world. Not really another world, but this is an instance solo kind of sort of zone. People won't pre-mate in here, people won't pre-team. Everyone is also anonymous until they get beaten up or killed in a mist. In a yellow zone mist, there is no full loot PvP. It's a yellow zone, alright? So what are the mists? They are kind of semi-randomly generated zones. No two are technically the same as far as I know. They have random resources you can gather. They have these little mob camps that you can go to, and when you kill enough mobs, there's a treasure chest in the middle that you can loot with goodies inside. So you'll see I entered this circle, and everyone in this circle is PvP flagged. If you get downed in a mist, in a yellow zone mist, you get kicked out of the mist. And the way the game used to be played is that high-geared characters in full best-in-slot gear would just terrorize people in these zones. I did it myself, but that's been patched, alright? Everyone has that soft IP cap that we talked about earlier. So yeah, you come in here and you'll notice there is a little quest at the top right that says Small Undead Camp. So you kill enough mobs to generate enough fame within the circle, and that's going to unlock this chest. So I'm just going to kill some mobs and I'll skip ahead for you. So you'll notice in the mists, you are not faction flagged, alright? If you enter a mist faction flagged, it will unflag you. And when you leave the mist, you will remain unflagged, so just go back to town and reflag up. But if you see a legendary mist, these things are filled with juicy mobs and lots of loot, so you should always take them anyway. Alright, so I've killed enough mobs. This chest has now unlocked. It's also a purple chest. Let's see what we get. And there we go. It's not the most impressive, but that's 40,000 in silver. Tier 6 Scholar. You know, the loot's not bad. You also get a bonus of, you get some combat fame bonus. You also get reputation with a secret city called Brazilian, alright? You can go to your stats page, left-click your profile, go to stats, and you will scroll down. You'll see standing with Brazilian, the Smugglers, and Antiquarian. Brazilian is a city in the mists where you can teleport to random mists and roads. There's a whole market there. It's in your best interest at some point, not right now, not early on, but at some point, you want to raise your reputation to 50,000 so that you can start going to Brazilian. And once you raise your rep, there's other ways to raise your rep in the mists. As you ride around, there will be little cages with wisps in them, and all you have to do is kill the mobs guarding them, and then click on the cage that will free the wisp, and then you will gain reputation. I'll show you. And there's one right there, right when I click stop recording. So let me kill this guy real quick. All right, so we killed the mobs. There's a cage here with a wisp. Okay, server update, cool. We click the cage, and then there we go. We got, it's normally a channel. I don't know why that was instant. But we got 9,000 combat fame and some Brazilian reps. So the mists, they're all right. Just note that people will knock you down. Also, this thing, this is an unstable roads portal. This sends you to the roads of Avalon. Don't go in there. That's a full loot zone, all right? Beware. But, you know, random objectives will spawn on the map as well. There's one where you have to escort a wisp to a portal. That one flags you for PvP so everyone can attack you, but it's the biggest rep you can get in the mists. Alright, so run around the mists, click on cages, do the little campments. This is another camp. Anything that looks like a big circle with weird little wall formations, that's a mob camp. This is a big one. The chests are generally better in the bigger camps, but you have to clear more mobs in order to complete it. And when it's completed, it'll be a green circle. When it's incomplete, it'll be a yellow circle. So yeah, they're updating the server, so hopefully I can keep recording. If not, I'll just switch to the live server. And the Wisp Escort mission looks like this. It's a little mini portal. It's called Turbulent Mist. So in 1 minute, a little wisp will pop out. You can grab it. You cannot escort it on your mount. You have to walk it manually, making you an open target to everybody. But yeah, it's there's a lot of things to do. When you want to leave the mist, each of the 4 corners is an exit. And also, the mist will close over time. So if you spend too long in here, a timer will appear at the top of the screen, and it will eventually kick you out. So they're worth checking out. Yellow zones, they don't give the best rewards, but it is something you need to do to access Brazilian for later game content. So after killing more mobs, skinning, doing those myths, we have 9 more rewards here. So we're just going to claim them. There we go. And you'll notice this Fame Tome does not have that little icon. This is because a monster dropped this, so I can sell this for an average of 16.5 thousand silver. Pretty cool stuff, but this has the icon, which I can't sell. So these are the ones that I want to use. Also, I got 8 silver bags. That's 80,000 silver in the pocket. And we have 158,000 silver, so we can actually sell a bit more gear that we found and buy some upgrades. Alright, after mostly selling everything, I didn't sell the tier 3 hides because it's the test server, and they're paying way too much for these. But we'll worry about that later. And we also got another journal entry done, or a bunch actually. There we go. More books to read. Oh, server's going down. And we're back. Alright, more books to read. Woo! Get those levels, get that fame up. Alright, cool stuff. And we have the silver bag there. Alright, cool. And yeah, it's we're at 269k, and we have a cape slot to buy. So let's talk about that. So capes are a passive kind of ability thing. There are different capes in the game. You look at your destiny board to go up to the adventurer, at least tier 4, you can see what each of the capes do. You have like the Bridge Watch cape that slows enemies, lowers crowd control resist around you. Fort Sterling cleanses crowd control effects. Limhurst cape gives you mana when it drops below a certain amount. Martlock cape gives you defense versus everything for 5 seconds when you're on low health. Thetford cape's a good one. Hits 4 enemies with chain lightning dealing damage. Very low cooldown of 15 seconds. Caerleon cape gives your Q ability basically a free cooldown. Brazilian cape gives you a shield when you use your helmet slot ability and makes you immune to purge. Heretic cape drops traps and roots enemies that step on the traps. Keeper cape gives you 50% damage increase when you get lower than 70% HP. Let me talk about that real quick. So you'll notice that your life bar has 5 squares. So each square represents 20% of your life. So 70%, well, this is 100%, and then taking away 1 square would be 80. Taking away half of this square would be 70. So once your health drops that low, that is when your cape would activate. So pretty cool stuff, now you know. Alright, we have the Morgana cape, which increases your cast speed and auto attack speed for 5 seconds when you use your E ability, 3rd slot. Then we have the Undead cape. When you are low HP, below 15%, you go invisible for 6 seconds, but you deal half as much damage. Demon cape drops a pool of lava on the ground, dealing damage over time. Avalonian cape deals damage around you and lowers the enemy's percent of damage they deal. And then the Smuggler cape, the newest one, reduces your potion slot cooldown by 1 minute 30 seconds. So that's the capes. Which one should we get? Well, for my build, I need a Limhurst cape. And the tier doesn't matter. Here's a flat 4. The cooldown is 2 minutes 33 seconds. And then a tier 8, 0.4. None on the market. Alright, just a tier 8 cape. Instead of 2 minutes and 33 seconds, it's 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Not a whole lot of difference. So I'm just going to buy any Limhurst cape, the cheapest one. That flat 4 works for me. Put that sucker on. Alright, and then we spent 100k silver, so we get a little reward for that. There we go, Fame Tome, pop that bad boy. And where are we sitting at right now? On our mastery level, we are 23. Cool, so we have, we're getting close to that level 30. Now, at this point, there's a little arrow that you can extend and see some of your character stats. You'll see with all the gear we have so far, our average item power is 836. So that's pretty neat. We want to increase that to at least 1,200 or higher. Also, remember earlier I talked about the Antiquarians Den? Well, here it is, the Antiquarians Den. It's a little symbol right here. If you go up to this little crack in the wall, here it is. And you can't be faction flagged when you go in here. To unfaction flag, you just click the little shield icon next to your name here. That'll unflag you from faction. And just by visiting the Antiquarians Den, you get some learning point books. So there you go. Nice indeed. Now, when you're in here, there is Hellgates. This is I believe, a 5v5 and a 10v10 teamed mode. There's non-lethal and lethal modes. 2v2 and 5v5, my bad. So like, you can't enter that solo. Also, I don't know why I have capes on the screen, my bad. Okay, so next up we also have the Corrupted Dungeons. Corrupted Dungeons Hunter mode is a safe zone dungeon, and you need at least 700 item power to enter, and we have 800, so we can totally enter now. However, Stalker needs 900 item power, and this is full loot. PvP results in death, you drop your stuff. So we don't have enough item power to enter this, but the rewards here aren't very good. And also, everyone that plays this is a 1v1 PvP mode, okay? You get invaded kind of like in Dark Souls. It's kind of stupid, but everyone plays meta builds, meta slave sweat builds, and they will just wreck your face. So just avoid Corrupted Dungeons. You don't want to do them. Hellgates, I can't talk too much about that because that requires friends. Up here is the Antiquarian NPC. You build rep with him, and you can buy items from him as well as baby mounts that you can grow on your island. We'll talk more about islands later. You can also access your bank that's linked to Bridgewatch. So there you go. There's our stuff in the bank. Not too shabby. And, oh yeah, we got some fireworks. All right, but this little thing is the depths. All right, so the depths requires 900 item power. We are at 810. So we got to do some more leveling before we can come down here. But again, this has a soft cap of 1,200 IP. So if you go in at 900, there's other people in here, duos and trios. But you can enter as a solo. It's really good fame and it's really good silver at the same time. It's kind of off, or it's kind of weird that the game would allow both at the same time. But anyway, we got some more leveling and gearing up to do before we can even think about going in there. So it's back to the grind, all right? But one other thing, too, that you can do, just to get a few more rewards, and we'll talk more about this later in the video, and this is the Island Merchant. This lady right here with the kind of pirate swag. You talk to her. Click the showroom button, all right? Just going to the showroom gets you a reward, all right? It'll pop up any minute now, or rather, you have to take the island tour, and this just talks about personal islands. You can grow animals on it. You can grow crops and houses with laborers. I have almost 900 videos about this freaking game. Also, it's very important, if you ever want to test your DPS on a target dummy, they're right here on the showroom island, so you can see what your DPS is. You can see right now my DPS is about 1,000. No, it's 300. Okay, never mind. Yeah, but we got some work to do, guys. But anyway, you can go to my YouTube channel, go to the videos tab, and click the search tab, and search any keyword you want. You can type Albion Farm, Albion Island, Albion anything, all right? And you're going to find what you're looking for. Almost 900 videos covering this game, and they are up to date. They're recent. If they're not up to date, the description and the title will say so. But yeah, back to the video. Just run through the showroom real quick. You can do it on your mount. You don't have to do it on foot like I'm doing. But yeah, you can build all this crazy stuff on your island, and you can store items and have laborers, and they will make you passive money. It's really neat. So let's get the island reward real quick. Just skip through the dialogue. You do, for a personal island, this is a personal island, you need premium to get one. Visit the showroom island. All right, what do we get? We got, oh, we can sell that. Got some learning tome books, but we also got this Adept's solo dungeon map. Now, solo dungeons have terrible rewards, and the fame is absolutely terrible. It's not worth doing at all. So this thing, you could sell it, but you can also just salvage it. So I'm just going to go to the repair station here and then go to salvage, and see you later. That's going to give me 2,000 silver. So there we go. Cool. All right. By the way, with this tier 3 skinning knife, you can now skin flat tier 4 animals. You cannot skin the enchanted animals. Not yet. You need tier 4 knives for that. But you'll see it's pretty darn slow. It takes a little while, but when you have that tier 8 knife, it's like doop, doop, doop. It's done. It's so fast, and it's absolutely worth leveling. Also, certain animals, tier 4 and up, will begin to drop babies. Alright, I have an entire video guide dedicated just to gathering and explaining all of that fun stuff. I'll show you in just a bit what that video looks like. So let's talk about gathering gear. So gathering gear, once you have tier 4 of your gathering profession unlocked, you can see right here I have Adept Animal Skinner, and we can now use tier 4 skinning knives, Avalonian skinning knives, the helmet, the armor, the boots, also a backpack, and you can also start using the tier 5 tomes. Now, this tier 5 tome I got from the journal rewards, so if you go over here to gathering and then high animals, just work on these, like skin tinting different types of hide animals. I don't know why these are all checked. Obviously, I haven't skinned all of those. This is what I have skinned: a wolf, a fox. And these are just in different biomes. You can go to the forest zones or the swamp zones or the mists and scan different, skin different animals. The next unlock for skinning 15 is a helmet, which isn't super unnecessary, but you'll eventually get it just by going to higher tier zones anyway. But let's talk gathering gear. So we are going to type skinning knife, just as we've done before, but this time we go to tier 4. And there's none on the market because it's the damn test server, okay? But a regular skinning knife gives you no bonus. It's just, it skins faster. You can skin enchanted tier 4 mobs. And an Avalonian skinning knife will give you a gathering yield of 10%. Whereas when you eventually reach tier 8, the Avalonian skinning knife tier 8 gives you 20%. So it's absolutely worth it to work towards this, all right? And then at tier 4... let's go back to the buy tab and just kind of reset everything here. Go to category, and let's see. Gathering equipment. Let's go over to hide, and then we will go to chest armor. So starting off, we have the adept skinner garb, and this is how skinning gear works. All the gathering gear have different little unique abilities, but skinning is slightly different because it has hide animal poison. This gives you a huge damaging auto attack, poison damage over time, to animals that you can skin, and only animals that you can skin, not players, not regular monsters, just skinnable animals. So you should always be using this and just auto-attacking the mobs, and you will deal tons of damage and kill them very quickly. But also, all gathering gear gives you a gathering bonus. So you'll see that tier 4 skinner garb gives a gathering yield of 0.5% for hide between tiers 2 and 4. Every 30 seconds you have the item equipped, and it stacks up to 10 times. So what that means is that you get 5% extra gathering yield, which is not a lot to start. It's not a lot, all right? Let me make sure my math is right. Yes, that is 5%, okay? And then for the helmet and the boots, let's show you those. So the helmets and the boots gives a 0.25. So combined, you get 10% extra gathering yield. And then with that Avalonian skinning knife, that's another 10% gathering yield. Let's see if there's any on the market. Avalonian skinning. Nope. Okay, cool. Well, it is what it is. Now, once you go to tier 5, you get the tier 5 version. That's 12.5%. And then tier 6 is 15%, and so on and so forth, all the way to tier 8. And the higher the tier gathering gear, the more gathering yield it gives, but also the higher the tier tool, the faster you skin. So very important to upgrade your gathering gear as you level up. All right, so I have officially run out of learning points. You'll see the icon is red. All right, and down here, this is where our skinning is at. We have tier 4 unlocked, we have tier 5 unlocked, and we are maybe about 30% of the way to tier 6, and it's going to take 234 more learning points to level this sucker up. So that is 23 to 24 real-life days without premium, or about 8 days with premium. So yes, it's going to take a while. And then we have tier 7. That is a whole lot. And then tier 8 is a whole lot. It's a lot of learning points. Okay, guys? So just keep it in mind. It's a very slow grind. But I have tier 5 unlocked on first day. Not a problem. All right? So pretty good stuff. Now, this is all I'm going to talk about for gathering for this video. If you want to learn every single possible thing there is about gathering, I have the Complete Gathering Guide 2025 edition. This was filmed 3 weeks ago, and it's called Albion Online 2025 Complete Gathering Guide for Beginners and Pros, Best Money, Fastest Leveling. It is also fully time-stamped in the description, so you can click here and see what a baby drop looks like. You can see what not to do when gathering and why. It's going to teach you everything there is to know about gathering. So here's my suggestion. Get 2 monitors. While you're gathering on one monitor, watch this video on the other one. You'll learn something, I guarantee it. Alright, so we've been grinding for a little while, and you'll notice our level, our axe level, you can hover over here, we're at 33, 33, and so on and so forth. Our item power is 879, so we've been increasing our item power. We have about 1.74 million silver, which we normally would have more, but the test server being the test server, it's a little wonky, a little weird. But we can upgrade our gear with this money. Alright, yes, so we're going to go to the market. And here's the thing, you know, at level 30, we can technically equip tier 6 gear, if we want to. Tier 5 is more than fine, but we can equip tier 6 at 30. At level 40, we're at level 54, so we got a new spell there, we got another passive. Level 70 is a really good axe spell, Raging Blades, and 85 is the one we want, Rending Rage. That's a Q spell, it's a swing 3 times, it's really nice. So we still have a lot of grinding to do to get to level 85. Don't have any learning points, unfortunately. Don't ever use learning points on combat skills. Only use it on gathering and the new crafting stuff. You can now use learning points to breed animals, grow crops, and be a chef or a potion brewer. So that's what I recommend, but we'll talk more about that later. So here we are at the shop. We have Great Axe. I have tier 5 selected, tier enchantment level 3 selected. We have this excellent Expert's Great Axe for 515,000 silver, estimated market value 543. So we're getting a bit of a deal. The item power on it is 1,247. Now, if we went to tier, remember, we can wear tier 6 gear. So a tier 6.3 is 1.5 to 1.8 million, and it's only 1,351 item power. We don't need to go above 1,200 by much. So this is an excellent deal. I'm going to buy this. There we go. We made the purchase. I can put the sucker on. And we have this spell. And go with that one. Yeah, so we're looking good. We have 1,247 item power when we put this bad boy on. And yeah, that's not bad. As we level, that number's only going to go up. But we also need to replace our Cleric Robe. So let's look at Cleric Robe 5.3. 1,207 item power. This one's a little higher quality, 1,227. Let's go for excellent quality. 263k, so 30k more. What's the item power? 1,247, pretty close. How much for 6.3? Only 500k for 6.3, right? 5.3 is, how much again? You know, we have 500k, so we could technically go for 6.3 if we want to. And this one's, you know, 1351 item power. I think that we do that. That's not too bad of a price. There we go. And now we just need to upgrade the helmet and maybe the boots. But yeah, we're getting closer. Now, as far as average item power goes, this factors in your cape too, and that's not super important, so don't worry about that. What's most important is weapon and armor, because this is going to increase our farming speed exponentially. Then we have the 5.3 Assassin Hood. There we go, 190k, but that's fine. And you'll notice I'm getting all these little things completed for equipping higher item score items. All right, and then we have the Royal Sandals. There we go. We'll go ahead and buy those, put them on, and equip them. Awesome stuff. So our average item power is 1,180. Take away the cape, doesn't matter. Basically 1247, 1351, 1247, and 1269. So we made it. We are now officially above 1,200 item power. Yay! Now remember earlier in the video, I said I want an Astral Staff. Well, look at the price. 1.3 million for just the 5.3. Yikes. That is not good. That is expensive as heck. And, yeah. What is the average price? Anyway, we need to make more money, so that means we need to do more skinning, or we can use this gear, and we could do some Antiquarians Den stuff, but I'm going to upgrade the bag a little bit. I've been using this tier 2 bag. It only carries, what, 45 kilograms? We'll just go to a category, and then we'll go to other equipment, and then go to bags. Let's get a tier 6 bag. Not too bad, about 50k. Go ahead and just buy one, whatever. There we go. And this bag can carry 131 kilograms, so what an upgrade. Now, before we do the next step, I'm going to buy a roast pork food item. And, really? Roast pork. Okay, well, someone bought them all on the market because it's a test server, but I have a way to acquire them anyway. Alright, so I just switched towns, and I bought one from Limhurst. So what does a roast pork do? It's a food item. It gives you 7.1% lifesteal, which is really good. And that is nerfed, I believe, from the main server. So it used to give more lifesteal, and now it doesn't. But hey, it's still good. And now, I've been claiming some of these off camera, but I'm just going to go ahead and show you some things like get a generalist node to 30. That's a silver bag. Weapon specialist to 30. That's a yellow bag worth 100k, so that's money. Alright, leveling up gives you money. Tier 7 Reaver, another 50k in the bag. 30 in weapon, generalist, 50k. Again, we're just going to claim everything and then use all of our stuff here, so there we go. I did not claim everything. Was that a glitch? Try again. Claim all. Alright, there we go, we got it. So we'll just use all the money bags. There we go. Now we're back up to 400k. Got some learning point books there. Quick learn reactivated. Get those fame tomes popping so we can get that XP going. And maybe I should start saving those so I can start using the astral staff soon. But let me show you. I meant to open the menu a different way. Alright, let's go back into town. So now that we have over 1,200 item power, we are now going to suffer from the item power soft cap in safe zones. That means all blue zones, all yellow zones, the mists, but not solo and group dungeons. Those are not IP capped. Anyway, so I'm in town. My weapon item power is 1,249, okay? Remember, also my HP, 2,675. That's from my armor. So when I leave town, now watch the numbers change. 2,675 HP drops to 2,546. Our weapon item power dropped to 1,210 for a deduction of minus 39. So leveling up your weapon or getting a stronger weapon beyond this for safe zone farming is irrelevant. It is a waste of money, a waste of time. You can do it. You can absolutely do it, okay? But with this amount of gear item power, you can farm safe zones like super easy. Everything will absolutely melt, and it will, like, nothing will really kill you unless you just AFK it, right? So you can still farm these zones absolutely, completely fine, as long as you want, as long as you feel like it. But you don't have to anymore. Now, I wouldn't take this type of Gucci loot. I would not take it to a red or a black zone unless you have a lot of money saved up, which we currently don't. So there we go. Gain 100,000 fame from roaming mobs. Yeah, we've been using some fame tomes to level up and make recording a little easier. But, yeah, you can absolutely farm these zones very optimally now that you have this gear. Alright, so we've switched characters to, I believe, a character that has, yeah, maximum spec across the board. And we have, again, the same stuff, not upgraded all the way, so there are room for improvements. But we have an 8-4. It's called the Hand of Core, but it's the Great Axe. You can see the item power is 1977. My HP is 3,987. When I exit town, you'll notice that my HP is now dropped down to 2,758. You'll remember that my other character had 2,500 something HP. So with the maximum possible gear and maximum levels in all the gear, I only have 200 more health than that character. My item power is now dropped to 1,355. You'll remember that other character had an item power of 1,210. So I do have a 145 item power advantage over that character. But that character has been playing for 1 day. Not even a full day. Not even. This character has been playing for over 5 years. Non-stop, 19 hours a day. And is one of the richest, wealthiest, top 10 solo wealthiest players in the game. It's not much of a power difference. So I'm telling you right now, while the best gear in the game does give you slightly more damage and slightly more health, it doesn't give you enough to justify going balls to the wall here. And you'll notice that when I attack the mobs, you know, I kill them about the same speed, right? Let's go just find a dude. Now, this is a wizard character. They're a little weaker. But, yeah. We do technically deal more damage. But we don't deal that much more damage, okay? Used to, it was significantly more. You know, when your item power is not limited in the slightest. Oh, man. But anyway, there are ways to get even stronger than this, and that is awakening your weapons. And we'll talk about that towards the end of the video. That's something that you should only do when you are hyper wealthy and really bored with your money. I'm talking 20 million plus with everything else invested, okay? But we'll talk about that way at the end. Let's continue. So let's look again at our goals. So right now, our starter PvE set first day is done. So this set of gear right here, we have, you know, just some 5.3s and a 6.3 with a cape, food bag, you know, an okay mount. These items we will never, ever, ever take into a full loot zone until we are super hyper wealthy rich. This is our daily driver, as it's called, in order to farm safe zones, not as optimally as we can, but it's a good start. It's a cheap start. It's a very cheap and affordable start. And it's easy to play. It's brainless to play. And with this, we can fame farm all that we want. And you may be thinking, but how do you level up other weapons with these weapons? And so I'm going to talk about that right now. Combat fame credits. That is this number right here at the top of your Destiny board. And you can see when I hover over it, it will say combat fame credits can be earned by converting fame from eligible nodes on the Destiny board. All right. So, long story short, once you max out one of these nodes, like say these cloth sandal fighter boots, when we max that out, it will start to generate combat fame credits instead of, you know, leveling it up further. 100 is the max. Then on specializations, 100 is also the max until you hit 100, and then it becomes 120, which can only be leveled with combat fame credits. But everything in the game, combat-wise, can be leveled with combat fame credits. So let me show you on an established character what this looks like. So here I am on the Swole Benji character. I'm going to grab some fame tomes real quick. We'll grab some of these 10,000 ones. That way the math is a little easier. So when I open this character's Destiny board, you'll see I have 215,438,676 combat fame credits. All right. And so I'm going to pick a weapon node and I'm going to level it down real quick so I can show you how to level it up. And we'll go ahead and go with the Cursed Staff. That's an all-time favorite of the channel. And you can spec out of things. If you level something up, you can respec out of it, put it back down to level 1, and you will get a bunch of fame credits back. All right, so that's one way to do it. You don't get all of them back. You get like 75 or 80%. It also costs silver to do, whatever, that's fine. But let me explain how combat fame credits work, all right? So you'll see here, I have 269,671,000, blah, blah, blah. All right, so with all this gear is maxed out. The specialization and the mastery is maxed out. It doesn't have to be maxed out at 120, just 100. That's fine, okay? I'm going to eat this tome. This tome will give me 10,000 fame. And if you watch the numbers, if I'm quick enough, you'll watch this number go up. It goes from 671 to 687, all right? And so, let me explain the math a bit. So this means that 10,000 fame from that tome got transmuted into 16,000 combat fame credits. Now, combat fame credits are actually way better than fame, all right? Combat fame credits are better. So here's how they're better. When you want to level a weapon up, let's say I have a level 1 Cursed Staff specialization. It's going to take 59,565 fame to level up. I can instead spend 29,782 combat fame credits, which will give me the equivalent of 59,565 fame. So this means that 1 combat fame credit is worth 2 fame. And because all of my gear is maxed out, instead of receiving 10,000 fame towards the items I have equipped, I have then received 16,000 combat fame credits instead. And you may be thinking, well, that's good if you just want to level a weapon, but what about your armor and helmet and offhand and boots? So let me explain. So 1 combat fame credit will give you 2 fame to a weapon, 4 fame to armor, 8 fame to helmets and boots, and 40 fame to offhands. Now, to level your armor from 1 to 100, your weapon to 1 to 100, your helmet, so on and so forth, it is the exact same amount of fame. All right, it's around 17 million fame credits for a weapon, which is like 34 to... it's about 34 to 35 million fame in total to level something from 1 specialization to 100 specialization. So you may be thinking, well, wouldn't it be better just to put on a bunch of equipment that I don't have maxed out? So here's the math on that. All right, so this is the best way to explain it. So if we take 10,000 of... 10,000 fame on all of your gear, if you wore it without combat fame credits or anything, is a total of 50,000 fame split across all of your gear. Sure. All right, and that includes an offhand, all right? But if you do it with combat fame credits, you're going to take 8,000 of the 16,000 combat fame credits instead. You're going to put 8,000 of those into the weapon, and that's 16,000 fame. Then you're going to take 4,000, putting you 12 out of 16,000 combat fame credits used. That's going to give you 16,000 fame on the armor. Then 2,000 credits on your helmet and boots is 16,000 fame each. All right? So that is 4 pieces of equipment at 16,000 each. I didn't even calculate for the offhand because we spent all of our combat fame credits. So there's no need to calculate the offhand. We already won. 16,000 times 4 is 64,000 fame. All right? Which is greater than 50,000. So when some idiot, stupid, dork Redditor tries to tell you that it's better to fame farm with just wearing the gear, blah, 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 they are completely wrong and they don't know how to do math. And there are so many low IQ people that play this game that will just make up the worst things. And you know what they say about me? They say that my numbers are wrong. They say that my calculations are wrong. No, they are not. They are jealous, they are seething, they are poor, they are broke, they are low-leveled, and they die all the time. End of, and simple as. So, yes, it is more efficient to max out a PvE set and then use that PvE set in order to level up your other sets. The only downside that I have not talked about yet is that using or converting combat fame credits costs silver. So I will demonstrate that now. So here I am with 100,000 silver. And by the way, this whole thing is called auto respec. You can turn this off. I do not recommend that you ever turn it off. And if you are so short on money that you can't afford this, then go gather. Go flip. Go do something that makes you silver, because having this off will absolutely slow your progression to a halt. Alright, so anyway, we have 100,029 silver. I don't know why we have 29 silver, but whatever. We're going to use 10,000 combat fame here. There we go. Cha-ching. Now, this number is going to go down in just a sec. It's just got to do its little calculations. Now, I am down to 81,534 silver. We can look at my combat log. You'll see that I received 16,000 combat fame credits, and I paid 18,496 silver to do so. So, because of that, yes, it is not free. It is not free. But it is more XP, faster XP, and you can allocate it anywhere you want in terms of gear. So, is it worth it? Yes. Is it a time saver? Yes. Is it, it cuts down a 16-hour grind down to 2 hours. Alright, well, kind of, sort of. There is another way to expedite your fame, and you should only do this version when you are insanely hyper wealthy. And this is called a Satchel of Insight. It is a bag item, and when you have it turned on, you can increase your combat fame gained by a huge chunk. This is giving me 108% combat fame. However, for every fame that I gain, I will have to pay 1.29 silver. This does not apply to tomes. Tomes cannot work with the satchel. This only applies to when you kill or down a mob. So, if I kill a mob worth 10,000 fame, well, 10,000 fame times 1.29 silver is going to cost me almost 13,000 silver. Now, you may be thinking that's a lot of silver. In the grand scheme of things, it is not a lot of silver. When you have ways to make money, you have things in the market that are flipping as they should, you're going to have millions and eventually billions of silver. And the best investment is to make your character stronger if you want to do PvP. So the higher and the stronger your specializations are, the cheaper the gear that you can buy to retain high item power. So it's absolutely worth it in the long run to invest your silver into your own character. So a lot of people want to know, what is the best fame farm? All right. And so I will show you just a really quick comparison between the yellow zone, the black zone, and the new orange zone. So here is just a regular tier 5 berserker mob in the yellow zone. We'll kill him real quick. And I missed a swing. But with the satchel, 6,376 fame. That's with the satchel and with premium active, and a 5% bonus from the being faction flagged. All right, 6.3k fame. Keep that number in mind. Another important thing too is mob density, right? You can pull a whole bunch of these tier 5 mobs, group them all up together, and then you can just spin to win, and they all fall down and die, and they all give a bunch of fame, right? So you can see it trickle, 5k, 6k, 6k. And by the way, each of these 6ks, if you look at my combat log, it shows you that they are being converted into over 10 to 11,000 combat fame credits. And you'll notice that those combat fame credits are being converted, you know, into a weapon at a 2-to-1 ratio. So every time I kill a mob, I'm getting 20,000 fame towards a weapon, if I want to, right? Of course, I could evenly distribute it between armors, but at the end of the day, there are way more weapon nodes than there are armor nodes. And if you play long term, you are always going to max out all of your armor nodes, plate, leather, and cloth, helmet, boots, and armor. All of those are going to be maxed out long before you even max out half the weapon trees, okay? So at the end of the day, combat fame credits, their existence is purely to be spent on weapons. And the offhands, well, those are so damn easy to max out. They're not even worth worrying about. So this is a tier 8, quality 5 black zone. This is one of the... It's not the highest tier, but it's like one away from the highest tier. This is a regular tier 8 mob. I'm using a tier 6 satchel, giving me 50% extra fame. The reason I am not using an 8-4 satchel like I did earlier is because this is a black zone, and just wearing a set like this would get you absolutely killed. My set's worth 700,000 silver, so when you die out here, you fully freaking die, okay? But the amount of fame that this mob gives is going to be significantly more than the other one. And, you know, with this type of tier of gear, he's not too hard to kill, especially since my item power is not capped out. 28,355. He also drops a good amount of silver, 3,000 silver. And that converted into 45,369 combat fame credits, which cost me 52,000 silver. You can see my item power is at 1458 with a 4-3 set. This is not reduced in any way whatsoever because red and black zones do not reduce your item power. Now, I can find a way juicier target to kill that's enchanted, and that will give even more fame, and bosses will give even more than that. But one thing you'll notice is a lot lower mob density. This is an unupgraded mob. This thing won't give hardly any fame, so this is 3. Like, this is 3 mobs that I can maybe pull together, except the leash range was nerfed recently. Unless you are actively attacking the target, your leash range is much smaller than it used to be. I don't know if this is a test server bug, if this will be ironed out or patched or reverted, but chances are probably not. Usually whenever they release something on the test server, it is set in stone and it never changes. Very rarely do they ever fix anything that they put out like this. So because in the open world you can't leash enemies as far away as you used to anymore, this massively reduces how many mobs that you can pull around you and attack at the same time, reducing your overall fame farming. Like, I've rode around for about a few minutes, and this is the best pull I can find. This is an enchanted mob and a regular mob, so it's something. You know, it's something to do here, right? And while the enemies don't die as quick, look how hard they hit me. That was one attack. Took over half of my HP. It's gone, all right? And I'm downed. So I am in full 4-3 gear with the maximum possible spec, and I got 2-shotted, okay? So I want you to keep that in mind. And yeah, they were casting AoE spells behind this tree, which I can't see at all. So do remember, if you get downed by a mob, you're not dead. You're just down. You lose some durability. Whoop-de-doo, right? And we can try this fight again. So there we go. We'll just fight this thing again. And again, it probably summoned the bat, and the bat exploded and dealt a bunch of damage. But you see, it's quite a bit of effort to kill this creature, or this lady, you know, this witch lady, right? But she's going to give a good amount of fame, 51,000. So it's about double that of a regular mob. But 51,000, you know, at a time, and look how much effort that took. That took quite a bit of effort to kill, right? These are little baby mobs. They won't give any fame. I'll even show you. These are recruits, right? They're little babies. So acolytes and recruits, what, 6,000? We were making that in the yellow zone, right? So again, those aren't really worth killing. Whereas the big guys, 25,000. The enchanted small ones, 50k. The bosses are worth more, right? And again, 50k isn't bad, you know? How many yellow zone mobs would it take to earn 50k? Well, if the yellow zone mobs are giving me 6k each, so that's about 8 mobs. But I can pull like 5 to 6 at a time in the yellow zone. And it's effortless, and it's completely safe. So, in this regard, is the black zone really the best? Yes, I know that dropped an item. It's the test server. I don't care, right? I don't get to keep it. In that regard, is the black zone really the best fame farm? And my answer is no, I don't think the black zone is the best. And that leads us to why I named our character a certain name. That is Orange Zone Chad. That's right, the Orange Zone. So now that we have a nice set, we can go to this Antiquarians den, and we can do some farming in there. And I'm gonna okay, I went too far. It's over here in the corner with the creepy red stuff. But yeah, so I'm gonna show you why, in my opinion, this area is the best fame farm. Okay, and I have run hundreds of hours of spreadsheets and testing to come up with this, so I'm pretty sure I'm correct on it. There is a chance it gets changed or whatever. But let's see. So what we're going to do is make sure there's nothing in your inventory. And then we're going to click it. Make sure you set Duo Semi-Lethal. And then we're going to enter. So what does semi-lethal mean? That means that when we die, we will not drop our equipment, but we will drop everything in our inventory. But if we get something juicy in our inventory, then we can just leave and then go sell it. And why is, in my opinion, this the best fame farm? You don't have to travel all the way out to a black zone. You don't have to travel all the way out to a good yellow zone and roam around a whole map. The enemies are just compacted in little squares, and you could just AoE them down with ease. Right now, because I'm still a new player, I don't have a lot of AoE attacks unlocked yet, so I still have some leveling to do. But you can see that these guys, they go down relatively quick. And while that guy only gave 2.8k, which is significantly less than that black zone, it's there's no risk, and that was just a two-man pull. Remember, mob density is everything. That was 2.8 times 2. That would be 5.6. That's about a yellow zone mob, right? So you can see here we have, this is 6 mobs. This is a nice little 6 mob pool. And we're just going to AoE them down. Now, right now, remember, I said that my dream item was that, okay, yeah, I got downed. So I pulled a little too hard there and kind of stood in all the fire. But I told you that my dream item later on to get was the Astral Staff, okay? I have not shown you the Astral Staff yet, but we have the gear that's easy enough to play, assuming we don't get rooted and caught on fire a bunch, but I can attack these. Let's just do it again, okay? And again, I don't have all the AoE attacks yet, but yeah, they kind of got me stuck on that. I'm stuck again, and I'm standing in the lava, which is not good. So I think they're just going to down me again here. I know I'm not showing it off, but I also forgot to eat my food, my lifesteal food. Yeah, they keep rooting me in the lava. All right, that normally doesn't happen, but take 3, everybody. All right, it's okay, because if you get executed here, you don't lose nothing. I haven't looted anything yet, so I'm not technically losing anything. And because this scales your item power down, just like a yellow zone would, you also pay less repairs. Okay, let's just fight these 3 guys then instead, okay? Yeah, we'll just... See, I got rooted again. The axe is way easier to play once you unlock more of the skills, but you can see we can take them out a little bit slower. You know, we're a new player. We're not as juiced up yet, but we'll get there. And so, you know, that's around, like, what, 9k fame? Oh, we killed one of the guys over here already, so that's cool. But, yeah, we'll just not stand in the middle. Yeah, this mob pairing really sucks. Here, let's shields up, and then we can spin to win. Alright, that's going to deal more damage because we're shielded. Alright, so there we go. You know, that's like 5 mobs just right there. And once we get an even better PvE set, and as you play through these as you play through the Abyssal Depths, you're going to get stronger and stronger because the more things you loot, the more damage you deal and the less damage you take from the mobs. Also, I'm in a very squishy build at the moment, and I still forgot to eat my food. I really need that lifesteal. But, when you get accustomed to it and you have the right weapons, you can pull the whole room into the middle and blow them all up. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and maybe up here you might have 7 and 8 or 9. You can have like 9 mobs at a time. And right now, they're giving me, without a satchel, by the way, no satchel. It's like 3,000 fame each, okay? With a satchel, because you can use an 8.4 satchel in here. So that's 100% fame. That's going to double it to 6k per mob. So 6,000 fame, right, times 9 mobs, 54,000 a pull, which is the same as the black zone without having to go to a black zone, without having to do full loot crap, and without getting two-shotted. So let's try this pull. You know, this is a bunch of enemies, right? We're going to pull them all to the center, going to shields up, and then try to hopefully kill them before we get down. But, yeah, I don't have all my AoE spells yet. But we could definitely, you know, just kind of run in a circle here and attack things. Again, these mobs aren't too scary once you have the right gear. But the thing is, you're going to have to figure out how many mobs you can pull and how many you can't pull. Right now, obviously, I'm biting off more than I can chew. So I'm going to have to do little baby pulls. But I'm going to play for a little while, and I'm going to show you some of the loot that I get. So let's talk about how this zone works real quick. So this is the Abyssal Depths, and as you kill things, you'll see these little white souls appear. You click on it, and you can then carry the soul around. When you have a soul, you can use it at a Antiquarians Den exit area to leave, but I don't have any loot yet. So I'm going to take this soul, and I'm going to click on these Altars of Greed. They look like this on the map. And when you deliver the Altar of Greed, the statue will take it and then give you a loot chest instead. Green being the worst, golden being the best, blue. The ranking is green, blue, purple, golden. This one's worth 8,000 silver, so not that good. Now, as I run around these different squares, you're going to notice other little demon statues kind of in the middle of a room. So this is a square room. Usually there's like 6 to 9 mobs that surround it, just like this. When you kill all the mobs around it, then the statue in the middle will either give you a buff that stacks up to 15 times, each buff giving you 2% damage and 1% defense against players, or 5% defense, 5.6% defense against mobs. So it's very good against mobs. The more you stack it up, the easier it gets. And with this lifesteal food, which I kept forgetting to eat, I can now easily spin to win the whole room if I want to. But it's only going to get easier when I get that, that staff. Anyway, so once you kill all the mobs, the statue will dig into the lava pile, and sometimes it will give you a treasure chest, and this time it just gave me a buff item. After 15 minutes, new entrances will open around the map, allowing me to go to the 2nd floor, and then eventually the 3rd floor after another 15 minutes. Every time I go down a floor, the enemies get a little bit stronger, but the rewards get way better, especially the fame. So the fame is the real rewards. Because this is a really good fame farm. Also, this guy dropped a soul. There we go. Other players will be in teams of 2. Because I'm playing solo, I'm just doing this as a fame farm. Other players, you're going to have to learn to run from them, but you don't lose your gear. So it's the closest thing that you're going to get to a semi-unfair PvP encounter. And when you play the actual black zones and red zones, all PvP in this game is completely unfair. So this is just getting you ready for the rest of the game. So yeah, with the soul, I can deliver it to this Altar of Greed, or I can go to a different one. Also, after a while, you'll see that the little treasure coffers start showing up around the map, and those you can loot for treasure as well. Now, the entrances to the down areas are the ones with the dark shadow, and the ones with the staircase leading up are exits. Now, this is a timer at the top of our screen. Once this bar reaches the red part, we will start taking damage over time until we are inevitably killed. The closest entrance for me is right over, or the closest way to the second floor is right over there, but there's treasure up there to get. I need to deliver this soul, and I've got, 4 minutes to do it. By using my boots ability, I can move faster around the map. However, if I run into a player without my boot ability, I may not be able to run away, and then he can down me, take the soul, and all this stuff that I've acquired so far. So there is risk to it, but also at the same time, you might run into a room and there's a couple players who are very low HP, and you can just clean them up and take their loot. It's super good. Looks like we got another loot chest here. We'll go ahead and take that. This one only worth 5k. So far we've been striking out on the loot chests, but that's totally normal and totally fine. You will eventually get what's called a jackpot in these chests worth a whole lot of silver. Also keep in mind, when you open treasure coffers and chests down here in the depths, you will get might and favor. So I got 298 might. Also, this chest is worth 63k. I opened one earlier worth 80k. And over here at the Conqueror's Challenge, when you earn might, you will gain favor, and favor can be spent similar to like how you would spend your faction points. It's not exactly the same. There are different rewards, but the chests inside are technically better than the ones in faction chests. It's just harder to acquire a lot of favor. That's all. Also, here's the kind of fame gains without a satchel, but with premium you can expect in the second floor dungeon. Each of these mobs are giving 5,000 each, and they're relatively easy to kill. So yeah, let's get another chest. And this chest is worth 115,000, with almost half of that being bags of silver. And when you die down here to another player, yeah, I would drop all these items except for the bags of silver. You get to keep those. So you're basically earning half of the value if you die. It's really not bad. Ooh, we got a legendary chest. Awesome, that yellow glow. You love to see it. What do we got inside? 2.19 million in loot, and we're overloaded. So yeah, we we can't carry everything. We're gonna have to only pick the good stuff here. But yeah, this is definitely one of the better chests that you can get on. I'm only on the second level, so my inventory is pretty much full. It's time to leave. Boots switch to carry capacity. We're still overloaded. This is why you want to bring a boar mount and not an ox, but I'm gonna have to start trashing things to try to get my weight down. Just use all these silver bags. That's gonna bring my weight down. Otherwise, I can inch my way to the exit. It's not far away, but imagine you have all this loot on you, and then a player comes and kills you. Oh, that's gotta suck. But that other player's gonna be like, oh boy, loot, right? So we're just gonna consume as much as we can while we limp our way to the exit, trying to throw away all the stuff that isn't really worth all that much. And unfortunately, you can't equip stuff, but we got an 8-1 satchel right here. Very good. Like, as a new player, this is chef's kiss, big time. And yeah, the fame and the loot is even better on the 3rd level, but we're full up. It's time to go vendor and upgrade our gear, start working on our dream set, whatever it is we want to do with that money. We also got tons of levels while we were in there. Our axe is now level 38 out of 120. So that's specialization, by the way. Mastery is more important in the early. We're level 60, so we can equip tier 7 now. Look at that. By the way, you should never ever, as a new player, use this quick sell button. You can really get scammed on some items. I'll show you what I mean. So this here on the right shows you the difference of what you're paying or receiving based on estimated average market values. So I'm losing 47,000 with that trade. Going down, we're losing 511,000 silver with this trade because the only buy order is for 20. That's right. We would be giving this guy an 8-1 bag for 20 silver when the bag is worth 500,000. No thanks. Don't ever just hit quick sell. It's stupid, all right? And again, we are continuously earning more journal rewards. Let's just claim everything, open those silver bags, get those learning tome points consumed. And yeah, we got some tier 7 tomes of insight there. Very nice. Very, very good. Now, I'll admit, I was not farming those abyssal dungeons as fast as I wanted to, and partially because I did not have the abilities, the 2 abilities that I want, and that is Raging Blades. This is an AoE circle attack, And then Rending Rage lets me cleave attack in front of me twice in a row with a very short cooldown, dealing lots of damage and bleed stacks. So having both of those would exponentially increase my clear time with the Great Axe. But, you know, my wealth is starting to climb. I have the Fame Farm set done, and technically I would be pouring money towards the Gathering set, but it is the test server, so I literally can't buy that. But what we can work towards now, by gathering for money, or doing the Abyssal Dungeons for fame and money, you saw how much it made, and that is the Astral Staff. Alright, and normally there's more on the market, but this is what we gotta work with. And if you're following along with me, I went to another town. I highly recommend you just buy a 4.4 Astral Staff. At level 4 enchantment level, you can awaken these and give them additional bonus stats. And that includes increased mob fame, which is really, really huge for leveling you up even faster. But that's a real in-game grind. Awakening this thing and giving it the proper stats is about 20 million silver, so it's something you should only invest in once you are very wealthy and comfortable. Alright, we got more journals done, and one of them was a blue princess hat. So, yes, we are going to put that on eventually, but not for too long. We got a few tomes as well, some fireworks, whoop-de-doo. Nothing big. So remember, if you want to use a different weapon line, you don't have to manually grind it out. You can just equip it and then use the Tomes of Insight. There we go, and that should level us up to be able to equip our 4.4 Astral Staff, starting us at 1260 item power, and these other abilities I don't ever need to use, so I don't need to level this weapon up to unlock crucial abilities, but let me show you why I like this weapon so much. So, you know, with the Great Axe we had a little spin to win attack. Well, with the Astral Staff we have a bigger float to win AoE attack that deals even more damage and can't be interrupted. It's great. We have a frontal big-ass cleave spell, and if we hit an enemy with it, we can teleport, and then we have a ranged attack that will ricochet and chain around and hit multiple targets. So, yes, we are absolutely juiced up. Also, time to replace this crappy Tier 4 Limhurst cape with a Thetford cape instead. So there are more quests to do to get more tomes. The first one involves vanity, so if you manage to get one vanity item in all of your slots, that will give you more quest rewards. Now, unfortunately I'm on the test server, so I can't just go to the market and buy them. There are really cheap like skins, like here's a Morgana Mare skin. This thing's 1,700 silver. It's a very common drop, so just go ahead and use that. Because the more vanities you unlock, the more quests you complete. Here's a Bone Horse worth, it says 9,000, but it's really like 2,000. So again, these are super cheap. Try to get some sort of vanity for your chest piece, because if you are wearing a helmet, boots, and a chest piece vanity, you get a really good fame tome out of that. So here's some examples of the vanity section. So, unlike 5 wardrobe or mount skins, boom, that is worth 50k. Apply a chest, shoe, and helmet skin at once is worth 200,000. Another one is 100,000 whenever you have 10 skins. Pretty good stuff. Down here, 20 skins is another 200,000. 40 skins is another 200,000. 60 skins is 3 of the 200,000s. So yes. And then 80 is another 5 of the 200,000s. So unlocking vanity skins, absolutely worth it. You can see here on my character, you go to appearance, and then unlocked, and you can see I have all these random helmets, and you'll notice there's a little Twitch icon. You go to Twitch, you go to the Albion Online category, and then you just AFK in someone's stream, collect the loot drops. It's not that hard. Some of these you can buy with gold, or you can, buy off the market. Some of these you earn with seasonal things, like here's Santa hats. You can get these during Christmas time. You can also just buy these off the market from someone who already found them during Christmas. But if you buy it, 6 months away from Christmas, it might be worth more. But right now, the Santa hats are insanely cheap on the live servers and so on. And again, there's chest pieces, there's boots, there's offhands, capes. You can get, playing Arena, you can earn a bunch of vanities that way. So yeah, it's just something to grind and something to collect, really. All right, and there are some fun combat ones you can also do, though the rewards aren't as good. So defeat 20 enemies while wearing all 3 different types, plate, cloth, leather. You can easily put tier 2 on and do this. Defeat a boss in 10% or less of your own health remaining. Just let it wound you down and then one-shot it. It's only worth 10k though, so it's a little bit of a hassle. You gotta go in a solo dungeon and do this one. Alright, defeat 10 mobs in 5 seconds. I'll show you how to do that one in a bit. Let's see. Have 5,000 health at any point in time. Again, this is only worth 20,000. But to do that, all you need is the Guardian Boots, which makes you a giant and increases your current health by 100%, in conjunction with a Gigantify Potion, which increases your maximum health by 119%. So if you have 2,000 health, now you have 4,000, now you have, 5,000. It's not that hard to get. It's pretty simple. All right, what else do we have in the journal here? Defeat 10 mobs. I'll talk about that one again in just a bit. Get out of combat with 1 health point left. This one is actually really easy to do. All you need is something called the Mistwalker Hood, which its active makes you immortal. It is impossible to drop below 1 health. And you become immune to transformations as well. This thing lasts 6 seconds. So what you do is get low on HP, stand in the middle of a big crowd of mobs, and when they do all their big AoE attacks, pop your helmet. You will still take damage, but you will not die. You will sit at 1 HP. Once they have done their damage, you just walk away from them. They will leash away from you, resetting combat, and you will get that achievement. So yeah, very simple. All right, let's see here. Have a damage buff of 70% or more, active at any point. Just use items that buff your damage. This one's really easy to get. You can also go into a solo dungeon and get a shrine buff that gives you 100% buff damage. That basically completes this instantly. Have 20,000 health at any one point. So, in conjunction with the Guardian Boots and the Gigantify Potion, just use the weapon Earth Rune Staff. Use the passive Altered Beast, which is an old arcade game, by the way. And then when you transform into a Runestone Golem with all 5 charges, that is a 30% HP increase. And all of these stack together to give you a ton of health. The weapon itself also gives you a health bonus of a maximum health of 5,610. So double that's 10k, double that's 20k. You get the idea. It's really not too hard. These are just like little puzzles to figure out. Defeat 20 mobs in 5 seconds. This one gives you a 200k tome. And to show you how to do this one, you have to get a little bit lucky. And it can take a little bit of time until you get the right dungeon. But all you got to do is, I'm going to show you. Right down here is called an Expedition Master. Generally, these things aren't really worth it doing. If you have a bunch of alts, you can kind of farm them. But that's a different strategy for a different day. Go to the Expedition Master portal. Go to the Adepts Individual Expedition Tier 4. And you're looking for something called Fishy Business. So let's see if we get it. We got a Fishy Business. There we go. We got it. This is the one we need. The dungeon looks exactly like this. You are going to run past every single mob in the dungeon, and you're going to get to this little elbow corner right here. I'm going to skip ahead to that. So this is how you would kill 10 mobs. You get a bunch of rats on you. So right now I have like 8 rats. We got a mob here, and then we can get the remaining 2 rats. There we go. And then you can just blow them all up with the Astral Staff. Boom. You have to kill everything in 5 seconds, though. So these guys don't really die in 5 seconds, but that was enough rats to get the achievement. I've already got it on this character anyway. I'm just going to boots past and get there. Just run to this elbow and get this checkpoint. Checkpoint activated, let the mobs down you. It's totally fine. You don't actually die. You don't lose anything here. This is a little newbie zone. Hit last checkpoint. You'll respawn here completely fine. Everything's going to reset. So once, again, we are right here at this little elbow. And you can pick up some silver. And anyway... So what we're going to do now is we're going to go over here and we're going to grab these rats. There we go. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know. We got like six rats and a dude. We got 2 more dudes here. We get another rat there. Some more dudes here. More rats here. Grab these dudes. Dudes and rats. Okay, and then finally the rats up here. Alright, and then you just grab them all together like so. And then you just kill them. And that's 20 mobs. That'll get you the tome unlock. It's really that simple. Alright, so just want to show you the fame. Here's a small little baby pool. And we're just going to attack the mobs here real quick. And then use our Astral Staff to AoE everything down while we just kind of float in a circle away from them and killing everything. And you'll notice with the satchel here how fast they die and how much fame that they're giving. 7.7k each, which is not bad. It's a pretty good amount of fame, but it can get even higher than that, especially on the second and third floor. And here's how to do that. So here we are on the live server. This is an Awakened 4.4 Astral Staff. Again, I poured about 20 million into this. And check out the stats. We have 27.62% increased mob fame and plus 473.29 HP. I could definitely increase this HP even more so. But real quick, let me just pop out a calculator. Now, the cool thing about the mob fame is that it is not reduced by the item power soft cap, but every other awakened stat is. So what this means is that right now on this weapon, we can get it to about 600 HP. If you take 600 HP and we subtract 80% of that, all right, that gives us an HP bonus of 120, which is really going to help in those Orange Zone Abyssal dungeons. But the 27% increase to mob fame adds to that 100% increase with the 8-4 satchel, which bags are not decreased at all. Your item power does not go down on bags, so you get the full benefit of this while wearing it in the Orange Zone Abyssal dungeons. And of course the Yellow Zone too, but because of the mob density in the Orange Zones and that you can pull more at a time, and they're just, you know, every single room is full of mobs and treasure, there is no reason at all anywhere for safe zone farming. There is no reason to fame farm anywhere else. And the only thing you would do for silver besides the Abyssal dungeons is gather in safe zones. So you'd use a tier 8 gathering set, and that'll make you silver per hour. It won't make you fame per hour, but the Abyssal dungeons will make you both per hour, meaning that if you don't need to fame farm or you don't want to fame farm, then gathering would be the alternative. There are 3 other fame buffs that you can also get. One requires that you join a guild, and also a premium act. Premium's 50% bonus, but with premium active and in a guild, you can, well, maybe not in a guild. Technically, you just do a lot of black zone stuff, but you earn might and favor in the orange zone, so you can unlock this anyway. And this is the Knight's Vow. This is a passive buff that will just increase your fame by 10%. The second one, you do need a guild or at least a large group of friends. And that is called, they're called Avalonian Raids. When you do an Avalonian Raid dungeon and you complete the Avalonian Raid, you get a buff for like a whole week that gives you another 10% bonus to fame. The third one is during special holidays and in-game events. These are known as Fame Weeks. So Easter is a Fame Week, Halloween's a Fame Week, Christmas is a Fame Week, most of the time. Sometimes it's not for some reason. And the game's anniversary, which happens, I believe, in July. All of these little holiday events, they will have like a birthday cake or a special egg treat or something that your character can eat, and it will get anywhere from 10 to 15 to 35% increased fame for everything. Not just combat, but everything. And you combine all of these fame bonuses, and you will be leveling up so insanely fast. Alright, so here is our goal checkup for our new character that is still just 1 day old. So goal number 1, get a cheap PvE set for safe zones. That is done. The 5.3 Great Axe set works just fine for farming blue zones, yellow zones, and even the orange zone to a degree. Now, we've started working on getting an optimal PvE set for the safe zones. It's semi-done. We have the Astral Staff. It's not awakened, and we don't have the 8.4 Satchel, but that's, you know, a 20 million silver item, which we're not going to get anytime soon without a good few days dedicated gathering or getting lucky in, again, the Orange Zone. As that money goes up, you will eventually need to spend it on things. So, goal number 3, getting into PvP. We are still not even close to being able to do that, and let me show and explain to you why. So, on our character that's 1 day old, that character has a 5.3 Great Axe with an item power of 1,260, I believe. With room to grow, that's true. But this character, on the live server, by the way, you can see all the actual people in the game here. If you look at the Destiny board here, Under Axe Fighter, that's 100 Mastery. All the axes, except for this crystal one, are level 100, with the Bear Paws at 120, because I like that weapon. It's a fun ganking weapon, so I maxed it out, right? And this puts me at a 5.1 Battle Axe, or I'm sorry, a 5.1 Great Axe at 1,258 item power. So, why does this matter, right? It's the exact same item power, it's just 2 enchantment levels lower. Well, check this out. A 5.1 Great Axe, and this is just good quality, you know, is about 36,000 silver, okay? The 5.3 Great Axe from the other character is 550,000 silver, alright? So, 550,000 divided by 36,000, well, that's 15.27. So that means, while it would be a fair fight if we were to meet on the battlefield, the new player with this 5.3 and me with my 5.1, well, my set is just the weapon alone is 15 times cheaper, which means I can afford to die 15 times for every time the other player, the new one, can afford to die once. So by leveling up your specializations all to 100, as shown here, it does take time, it will take silver, but it pays dividends because it makes your ability to PvP on an equal fighting playing field so much cheaper. But I'm going to tell you right now, 1,250 IP, this is good enough to fight as a group in the Black Zones. If you have a group of friends, you know, 5 to 20 people, and you all have this item power, yeah, you can make it work. If you're a solo player playing in the Mists, you need 1,650 item power, which, for my character with full spec, the 5.3 won't even cut it. How about a 6.3? Nope, not quite. We need to go 7... Well, that's Masterpiece, but, here, let's go 8.2. Let's see. Well, that's not even a Great Axe. Okay. Why is it showing me Curse Staffs? What the hell, game? Come on now. Oh... That's because it's Hand of Core. Yeah, that's right, Hand of Core. The name changes. I don't know why. 8.2, Hand of Core. This is 1726, so a little too high there. This is a 1.5 million weapon. 1626. That'll pretty much get us there. Excellent quality. Yeah, here we go. Now we can kind of fight people, though. I'm going to tell you right now, Great Axe is not a PvP weapon, especially in 1v1s. You're going to get beat by most matchups, all right? And, yeah, we're going to be paying 1.5 million just for the opportunity to try to fight another semi-geared player, right? And that's with, again, this is with maximum, not maximum, but at least 100 in all of the weapons, except the crystal one, because who cares, and 120 in Bear Paws, okay? And yeah, I could switch to, like, Bear Paw, you know, 8.1, and I'll have a little bit more item power there, so I could go with flat 8, because it's an artifact weapon. I have it at 120. So, you know, I save a little bit of silver, maybe, kind of. It's still pretty expensive, because it's an artifact weapon. This is still 1.6 to 2 million silver, you know. That's just how it is. But PvP is not for the cheap, okay? PvP is not cheap. You can go in a cheap set. You're not going to get much kills. Now, without specialization, I would have to buy into an 8.3 Bear Paws costing 14 to, you know, about 14 to 15 million. Okay? And Hand of Core, you know, that's 7 million. So it's a pretty big price difference, you know, 1.5 million or 7 million, all right? So again, we're talking millions of silver difference to have a fair fight in the Mists. And that's just the cost of the weapon, not the armor, helmet, boots, cape, food, bags, etc. Like, it gets really ridiculous just how expensive it is to fight a fair fight in the Mists. But even if you were to, say, play the game for 5 years, card swipe, and buy your way into maximum specialization, that still does not give you the PvP experience to even wield such powerful gear. Let me show you an example of someone who suffered massive, massive losses. This player, Guantanamo J, is a crypto swiper, rich person in real life, allegedly. And I want you to just realize every single one of these deaths is about 200 to 300 million silver. Okay? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Yeah. Look at all of these. Every single one. We're up to like 30 now. And it's getting a little cheaper down here. A little cheaper down here, right? But no, these are still 100 million, 200 million sets. All right, and it just keeps going, bro. Look. Oh, my goodness. Look, it never ends. That was probably 10 to 20,000 US dollars worth of deaths, okay? To be fair, we can look at his kills as well, and he does kill some also juicers. So it's not a complete loss. However, when you kill someone, there is a high % chance that their gear breaks. The old trash rate was 15%, but I believe it's more like 30% now. It got raised as of a recent patch. So yeah, he has, how many juicers has he killed? When it gets, yeah, okay, yeah, looks like the juicing is about ended. These are 8-3s. An 8-3 set is maybe less than 50 million. So you can see that we barely scrolled down the page at all. These 8, like, we just want to see the 0.4 ones. So yeah, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 juicers. He killed 12 people worth maybe about 200 million. But you saw when I was scrolling down that page, he died way more times than he killed. So he is at a massive, supremely huge, insane loss of silver. Did he have fun doing it? Maybe. Was it worth pissing away 30,000 US dollars worth of real money? No. In my opinion, in my strong opinion, if you are going to PvP in this game, you have to be smart about it. You have to be economical about it. You have to pinch every penny. You have to be very wealthy. You have to play and PvP to make a profit. Some people don't care about profit. Some people just want to be on the like PvP fame leaderboard and have the biggest number of like either total killed players or fame for killing players rather than making actual profit. Well, that player I showed, he does both. He makes a profit and he's killing a lot of players, but he also does lose a lot of silver sometimes. It's up and down. It's almost like a casino. There are other players who play very strategically, using the cheapest possible gear that packs the most punch, and they only attack targets they know they can kill, and they run from everything else. And while they may not have as many kills or kill fame, which doesn't do anything, by the way, kill fame is a stat that is just for bragging rights and does nothing for your character. Those guys are banking billions as well. So it really just depends on what you want to do. But in my opinion, as a solo player, as a guildless player, you're on your own. You don't have friends backing you up. At the end of the day, if you're going to PvP, you need to be making money off of it. And yeah, I have made a video that's 1 hour and 40 minutes long that covers the entirety of PvP, how to profit, how to properly shop, flip the markets, and to the point where I even teach you how basically that you can PvP in a fairly decent set and how to discover those kinds of sets using, you know, statistical websites and other kind of metadata, and how to teach yourself basically how to PvP, get better at PvP, all that stuff. And let me show you. All right, well, this one doesn't have a thumbnail, and it's not completely done editing yet, so it's called Albion Online 2025, Complete PvP Guide for Beginners and Pros Solo Open World. So look for that title, just search my channel, you'll find it. It's 1 hour and 49 minutes long, complete chock full of everything you would ever want to know on how to profit for PvP. I absolutely recommend it. It is a work of art, and it will stand the test of time. No other content creator, even the PvP-focused ones, have not made such a detailed guide exposing all the market secrets and how to actually profit and actually get good at PvP. Alright, so let's go over your safety net so that you will never go broke ever again, which is the leading cause of people quitting this game. And you can see I'm pretty famous. People are whispering, love your videos, when they just see me in the blob of people here. I don't know how they saw my name in this blob, but whatever. So your safe PvE set that you first bought, that 5.3 set, it's cheap, it's work, it's efficient. We then upgraded to a more optimal PvE set with the staff. And again, you don't have to do that if you don't want to. You can just stick with the great axe, whatever you prefer to do. I like to optimize as much as possible. And then right now it's just a tier 5 gathering set. You're working on tier 6, but you don't have the learning points because again, it's your first day. All right, your gathering set with Avalonian skinning knife, okay? And so again, it might not be the first day, it might be the second or third day, whatever. You get the idea. But because you can now gather and earn silver, you can run the abyssal dungeons and earn silver sometimes. You will get downed by other players, you will die, but as this happens, you will gain experience, and because you're gaining experience in both PvP and running away and engaging in fights, you're not losing your gear sets, which is not putting you back at 0. So many people that play this game, they just go to the fullest of full loot zones, they die, they lose everything, they uninstall, and I've done it on a few other full loot games, but not this one. It's very important that you have these 3 safety nets so that you can never go broke and you can always fame farm when you need to. Real briefly, I want to talk about alternative money makers. That is market flipping and a few other things that you can do. Some gambles, some just, transmuting and stuff. Now, here's the thing, right? As Albion's most famous and largest YouTuber, any kind of video that I show people how to do a market flip or anything of the sort, everyone would do it and then no one can do it. And for months it would break and ruin the economy. So how do we fix that? I'm also very poor in the real world, and you'll notice that this video has not had any stupid sponsorships, no ad reads, no, hey guys, download this VPN, right? I have not hit you with any of that absolute garbage. Instead, all that I ask is dependent on your country. Right below this video, right where my arrow is bouncing, there is a join button. It costs $5 a month. It's like, you know how you subscribe to someone on Twitch? It's the same thing on YouTube. It's called channel membership. When you become a channel member for $5, and I get about $1.60 of that, because half of it goes to YouTube and the other chunk goes to taxes, okay? All right. By becoming a channel member, you get access to private, more personal videos, and there is a ton of videos for Albion Online about market flipping techniques, money making techniques, all of that good stuff. I offer better info than any other creator that also charges for similar info, and I have the cheapest rate as well. So not only do you save the most money with me, you also make the most in-game silver. And paying $5 to me is going to make you more silver with just a few videos than if you were to open the cash shop and pay them $5. I guarantee it, okay? But again, if you're brand new, just mill it over in your head, see if you like the game first. It is what it is, and I do appreciate everyone that does join and become channel members. And again, you can just join for a month, watch the videos, write down the info, and then let the membership expire. And there you go. You got the info you need. You don't have to stay a member for 10 months to a year or whatever. You can come back every few months and see if there's some new videos if you want. And you could actually see a list of the videos before you even become a channel member. So if there's no topics that spark your interest, just wait until there's something that is. Or, if you're rich, you can just, click the thanks button and give me a big fat donation. But I do appreciate it. Back to the video. Now, what about passive money? So islands supplement your current income. If you like to grind mobs, you can get mercenary laborers, which will slowly give you extra silver over time. By gathering, you can have gathering laborers that will give you bonus resources just for gathering. There's an entire system about that. Now, there's 2 ways to acquire an island, and the first one is you're going to need a minimum 7 days premium, which you have to pay real money for, or win a Twitch giveaway or something, or have an agent, apparently. I don't have an agent. I'm a YouTuber with no agency, and I've never taken a sponsorship deal, which, whatever, but there's all these other YouTubers that are so much smaller than me, and they always tell me, oh, Albion Online is paying me $1,000 for a video to make about this, and I'm like, oh, well, that's cool. They don't pay me nothing. They don't like me, but, you need a minimum 7 days, and you could buy a personal island right over here from the island merchant. And I already have a personal island. It looks, it's already maxed out too. But you can grow crops on it and have laborers that live there, and you can turn in journals. But also, you can just push G and create your own guild, which costs quite a bit. So again, this is a big money sink, and it does take a while to make your money back from this. But you make a guild island, and then you can go to the guild island, and guild islands are even more efficient for laborers. So I can show you just a small guild island here. I have 100 islands. I have 100 alt characters, guys. So this is a guild island. I have a tier 8 guild hall, tier 6 houses, tier 5 houses. Inside are laborers. The laborers require furniture and trophies in order to be happy, and you can turn in journals that you fill as you play the game. Like, as you go gathering, these journals fill up. You take a filled journal, you turn it into the laborer, they will give you bonus resources. So, just to show you a real quick example, and let's split that and have one. So this is a tier 2 journal, the lowest tier. If I turn this in, I will get 57 rugged hide, which is worth 75 each. And this is just free stuff. It doesn't cost anything once you have the books and the labor set up. So that gives me 4,275 effective silver. And, well, as you can see, I have 478 of these bad boys. So 4,700, I forget the number, times 478. That's 2.2 million silver right there, assuming I have enough laborers. And again, that's just tier 2. Now these are tier 8 fish. No, these are tier 8 mercenaries. Never mind. With all the right beds and furniture and these rare spyglasses that you cannot get on Asia or the Europe server because they don't exist there. That was for people that played the game early on. I just bought it from other people. And anyway, I'm not trying to flex. What I'm trying to say is that there is way too much info on how all of this island stuff works, and it's only something that you should really do once you know you are going to play this game for at least a year. And once you are locked in and you're going to be playing this game for a long time, you are having, a joyful time. Only then, when you want to learn islands, I recommend this video here. Now, this video is a little old. It's 1 year old, but it's still recent. Albion Online rarely updates, and when it does, they don't do too much. They have not changed islands at all for several years. So my videos that are 2 to 3 years old on this subject are still current. So this is a 1 hour and 16-minute video. It has timestamps in the description, by the way. So it fully explains how islands and laborers work, how the profit works, what to grow, what to do, what to craft, how much furniture and trophies you need for everything. Also, return rates, numbers, data. There is text on the screen. This is more info than you're going to find on a wiki or anywhere else on any other channel. All cooped up and spoken in native English language. Okay? All right. But anyway, back to the next subject. So let's talk about focus. What is focus? Well, you can find it by extending your character panel, and it's right here at the top. It's called focus. My character has 152 focus. And you get 10,000 focus a day when you have premium active. On the live server, I do not have premium because I am already wealthy and I don't need money anymore. But for everyone else that still crafts, you're going to want premium. I also have these focus potions. I can just chug these and get focus if I do want to craft something. So let's, chug a potion. Now I have 2,000 and now I have 4,000. Cool. So now I can go and focus craft things, right? And when you focus craft, you get an additional bonus return rate than you normally would. And this applies to weapons, armor, food, watering crops, which you have to have focus to water crops in order for them to grow and breed and get more seeds. Potion crafting, cooking. All right, so you can see that my Swolbenji character, and again, I have 100 characters. They all do different things. But this Swolbenji character is a fully completed 100 across the board potion crafter. And the way crafting works is if I'm really good at crafting energy potions, probably arguably the worst potion, then that makes me slightly good at crafting other potions, right? But it makes me really good at crafting the energy potions. And so you'll see here that we have a plus 18 bonus to focus cost efficiency while brewing potions. And for all potions, and this one is, a big bonus for focus cost on this specific potion. So maxing everything across the board means that I can focus craft these potions using as little focus as possible. Alright, so let me show you a crafting example, since I am a fully completed, maxed out potion crafter. And let me tell you right now, boy oh boy, are these prices on the crafting bench robbery. Just straight up, 970 per 100 nutrition. The maximum is 1,000. These guys, and the whole city is overcharging, so I have no choice. I just wouldn't craft potions today, because too expensive, but I'm going to show you anyway. So I have 8 burdock, alright, crenellated burdock, this is an herb, and 4 brightleaf comfrey. This is the recipe to make 5 minor poison potions. Now, in total, these materials and the cost, I have to pay the crafting bench because it's player owned, some silver so that they make a profit, because it does eat away at their food and supplies. I have to pay them 524 silver to craft this. Now, I can use focus crafting. You'll see here, resource return rate 15.2%. That means whenever I craft this without focus, I will get back 15% of burdock and 15% comfrey that I use, which is not that much. But if I focus craft it and I spend 9 focus, I get a 43.5% return rate. So let's go ahead and craft this and see if we make a profit, okay? Normally you would do the math before crafting it, but hey, it is what it is. So you see, I got back 3 burdock and 2 comfrey, and I also have the 5 potions. Now, down here, our estimated market value says 6,181. I don't know if that's true or not, but let's roll with it and pretend it is. So in this regard, alright, we made a profit from crafting this. We made 117 silver, which is absolutely garbage, okay? So we take 10,000 silver, I'm sorry, we take 10,000 focus, divide it by the 9 focus. That means we can do this 1,111 times today, and with a profit of 117 silver, which means we will make a daily profit if we craft this of 129,987 silver, which is absolutely bad and terrible. But let me just try to sell this and see if these numbers are even good. So if I sell order this right now, so that's 3, 7, you know, 4. Yeah, we didn't even make back to 6K, so we actually lost money. Again, you want to do the math before you do the craft, okay? I just wanted to show you what does focus do. It gives you items back, and you know, crafting, you can craft at a loss if you're not smart with the numbers, okay? So that's nothing. Like 6,000 silver is literally nothing. I have a vanity item that I can throw money on the ground and it costs me 5,000 silver every time I do it. I have billions of silver. I can make it rain. I don't care if I lose 6,000 silver, okay? Look at them run around and collect all the loot. So now that you've seen a bad example of crafting, let me show you a really good example. So different cities have different crafting bonuses. Hey, look, we're in Brazilian, the magical mist city. And in Brazilian, there is a bonus, crafting bonus of potions plus 15%. So if I craft potions here, I get more potion stuff back. Also, the crafting benches are 4 times cheaper here to craft in. What a wonderful city. Alright, real quick, I'm going to show you a shopping list of things that I buy ordered. That means I offered to buy them at a lower price than the current market value, and this took a few days. But here is all the items that we got. And all that's important is the total number here, 522,540 silver. So now I am at a station and it's way cheaper here, only 249 to craft, okay? And so we're going to craft 20 acid potions. We can only craft 10 at a time. This is going to cost 8,068 silver to craft. And for focus, it's going to cost 573 focus. All right, so that is 17 crafts a day. We're going to go ahead and hit the craft button. Again, look at our estimated market value, 588k down here. Let's hit craft, and let's get to crafting. There we go. We're going to get 20 of these major acid potions. And we're going to get material back because we are focus crafting, so a lot of this we're getting back, all right? Our estimated market value now shows 880k. So that's definitely a better profit, but it gets even better because we're going to be selling these not instantaneously to a sell order. We're going to list them and sell them at a slower pace. This is off topic, but this person's name is just something else. Like what? Who does this? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to list a sell order, and I'm going to undercut all the other sell orders by 1 silver, making me the top listing. And while it could take a while for these to sell, like I have 20 acid potions, and according to this data, about 200 to 300 to 200 to 300 sell per day. So selling 20 in a day should not be that hard. Also, keep in mind, I do not have premium, and that means I am paying more on taxes, so I could technically save even more silver by just making a new character, running them through the tutorial, and then having them do the selling. Alright, time to run the numbers. Here is what everything sells for after the taxes and the takeaway on the market. This is what I'm getting back. 787,469 silver. If we spent 530,608 silver to get the items, that is after subtracting that cost, the profit is 256,861 silver because it cost 573 focus and we get 10,000 focus a day. That means we can do this 17 times a day. All right, which brings us to a daily profit of 4,366,637 silver. And in 30 days' time, that will generate 130,999,000, yada, 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 minus the cost of premium on the Western server, which is currently 29,000,000. It was 317. It went up by like 4,000 silver when I last clicked the button, whatever. You get the idea, okay? And then that makes a net total monthly profit of 101,681,610 silver for just crafting potions. Just buying potions off the market, crafting them, and putting them back on the market. That is how much money that this crafting skill profits with focus. Alright, it's very important that you maximize your focus use. I'm going to tell you right now, this is not the most profitable potion to craft, okay? You may be wondering, but Swolbinji, what should I craft? I'm a max level potion crafter. My answer, do your own math homework. I'm not going to do the math homework for you. Sometimes, when I do all of the math homework for myself, then I will post it to channel members, and then for that month, or those few weeks that the math is correct, they will have the homework done for them. But other than that, I am not your little book nerd. You will have to do the math yourself. I've shown you how to do the math. You can do it. Now just do it for every single potion in the game. Or in my case, my actual advice is to not ever get into potion crafting. My advice is to level chef instead. It makes more money. It makes easier money. It is more reliable and less expensive. If you do not use learning points, you can max out chef skills with 111 million silver. If you do use learning points, as of June 30th, you can use learning points to level up chef faster. It will reduce that by 80%. So that would be a total cost of 22.2 million silver. You can make that in a few days gathering. So in just a few days, you can afford to max out the chef levels. Now, how many learning points does it take to max out chef? I don't know, because it's new, and I don't have a way to calculate that number. So you might have to have an account active for a few years until you have enough learning points. I don't know how cheap or how expensive it is. This guy's name is Arrow You in the Ass. That's pretty funny. Does he have a stats page? You mess with the Russian, you get the repercussion. Okay, there you go. You heard it from him, folks. Alright, it's time for the crafting truths, okay? So, potions and cooking is what I absolutely recommend. Cooking being 3 to 4 times cheaper to max out than potion crafting. Alright, and it's also more profitable. It's simple and easy. The math homework is the easiest math homework in the game to do to figure out your profits. For weapons, armor, and gear, you need a fully powered Black Zone hideout, because that is how you maximize your return rates on those items. And because everyone crafts that does it for profit and does the math and, makes the money, because they are doing it, if you are not also doing it, you are selling always at a loss. Alright. So a hideout is a guild base in the Black Zone. You need tier 8 laborers, which is an insane investment. It's way more than just learning how to max cooking or potion crafting. You need an entire guild to protect you while you transport your goods to and from royals and, you know, raw materials. You need an insane amount of spreadsheets and math. And most of the time, the people that craft this stuff, they're not even crafting it for you and me or to make a profit. They're crafting it for their guild to fight in wars. And so they usually just break even on the cost, right? The cost of the materials is based on the cost of the items, and so it's just an endless loop of, well, you need to craft the items, so I'm not going to sell you the items for cheaper, you know, otherwise your guild doesn't get to go wage war. Sorry, bro. And so these guys almost never profit. There are times that they do, and they can profit pretty good. The higher tier stuff, it's... When's the last time you've seen a YouTube video of a crafter that didn't fudge the numbers or be like, oh, I'm crafting 10 million tier 3 shoes to sell in the black market? Like, that's a one-time thing that you do maybe a few months if there's a gap or, you know, someone didn't already solve that issue. It's not something that you're constantly going to be able to do, and it's not something for the average solo player that should ever do. So the TLDR is become a chef. If you really don't want to and you have more money and patience, become a potion crafter, but chef is always better, and never craft gear. Just never do it. Unless you're in a big, fat, massive, top 10 ranked guild, don't even bother crafting weapons and armor and gear. It's just not worth it. You can craft lower tier stuff and for yourself. You can save a little bit of money that way, but like if you want to make serious money profit that pays for your premium, there's only 2 ways to do it, and that is cooking, potion crafting, which I'm going to say is one way. The other is refining, and that takes a lot more math, and if the cartel members jack with the pricing, you do not refine at a profit. And there's way more people refining than there are crafting food and potions. The math is harder. It's more annoying to transport to and from the refining places, whereas you can craft food and potions in any city and profit, whereas you can only refine in the specific refining city on the specific refining bonus day. So right now under activities, it's an axe and tool day. So maybe there's a Black Zone hideout taking advantage of that. They usually wait until this is 20%, so it's probably a dud day for crafting. You won't really see any market fluctuations there. That's the sad and harsh truth, but so many people are like, I'm going to be the best bow crafter in the world. You know who said that? I said that. Here's my bow crafting. I've got level 100 bow crafter, and this is like 6 months of work as a new player that didn't know better. I have level 83 warbow crafting and level 53 bow crafting with level 1 whispering bow. Whoop-de-doo. This was like 6 months of being a new player, not knowing that I'm just losing money doing this. And yeah, I can focus craft some more bows, but I'm not gonna make a profit doing so without that Black Zone hideout, without those tier 8 laborers, which I have now after 5 years of playing, but I didn't as a new player because that's 300 million down the sink. Okay, it's just you don't want to fall into these noob traps. If you want to learn more, I have over 900-ish Albion videos. All right, all you got to do, go to my channel, like youtube.com/swolebenji, okay? And then click this little search icon here, and then just type Albion, and you can type anything you want. You can type Albion axe. All right, let's learn about the axe. We got the best axe for PvP, which axe is best, the best seasonal build, great axe build, art axe damage scaling with spec. This will just show you how the weapon scales. Is going to 100 spec worth it? 3 replacements for Great Axe. Alright, so, you know, that's just a weapon. How about Albion Farm? Farm. I don't know, farm. Why not? Best silver farm. Crop profits. Alright, Island Guide. How about breed? Horse Guide. How to breed horses. Kennels. Horses are big money. You know, stags make big bucks. Haha, wink wink, because get it. Albion Fame. The complete guide to fame and combat fame. Credits. I briefly explained it in this video, but this is a more detailed explanation. All right, here's another combat fame credits and fame earnings explained 3 years ago. Yes, I make reruns sometimes because why not? They get the same amount of views, so why would I do it? Stop wasting your fame credits. Stop ways to spend your fame credits, okay? Streamers are deficient. Why a budget set is better for fame farming in black zones. Don't worry about that anymore. That's outdated. Swabinchi, why do people hate you so much? Okay, it's just forced Reddit rage. Just type Albion Reddit. Look at this video. 1 hour and 22 minutes. You know, here's another one, 24 minutes. Another hour there, okay? Reddit fails, 50 minutes, okay? Look, man, it's just an ongoing feud at this point. They're just gonna make up a bunch of horse crap lies. They're just gonna have a bunch of fake screenshots that they made in an image generator, and they're trying to pass it off as truth. Because a lot of people in this game are seething and butthurt and mad because I just came into the scene and revealed all their super duper little secrets that they kept to themselves and ruined their profits, and and it's my fault that people do this, and it's my fault that people do that. At the end of the day, I'm just a gamer who respects freedom of speech, and I'm going to tell you how to play the game optimally, and they don't like that, so they're trying to make up all sorts of slander to scare me off. But what do I have to lose? I've already hit rock bottom in real life. I literally grew up in a trailer park. You really can't do or say anything to me that's gonna change me, alright? Also, you gotta respect people in the chat here. Katie Scarlett has the mod tag, do not advertise your guild. And then Bob is bad, straight up advertises his guild. He's like, nah, Janny, I'm not listening. Never listen to the Jannies, okay? But Bob is probably going to eat like a 2-hour mute for that, sadly. Also, meme alert, if you get it, you get it. Mods do not get paid. It's a volunteer thing. They do it for free. Jannies do it for free. Alright, I want to let you guys know about a shill alert, alright? So, a lot of YouTubers are getting offers from companies and agencies, not me because I already covered the game, I do it for free, so they wouldn't offer me any money anyway, even though they should, to come cover and play the game, and it's very, very obvious when this is done. It'll be like a content creator that's never played Albion but has a sizable audience. You've seen it in the past from Lazy Peon and Josh Strife Hayes. It is very hard to find legitimate creators that aren't being paid to shill this game. I'm not. The only money I'm getting is your donations and YouTube ad revenue. No agency pays me. I'm basically a brand risk because I'm too truthful. I'm too in your face and brutal with the words that I use and say. That's just how it is, and that's how I like it because it makes me a real human with a lot of soul, okay? So, I want to just point you guys... I just want to let you guys know about this, so if you see like a random creator and it's like, oh, this guy's getting into Albion, don't get your hopes up. He's just getting paid by a company to kind of talk about the game and play it for a little while. They all get a little gold code and a premium code, and some of them even get pre-leveled accounts that they can play on. It's stupid, it's silly, it's been done many times before. It happens around this time every year anyway, but I just want to let you guys know I'm not one of them. You can tell if it's a shill video because at the start of the video it'll say like paid sponsorship or whatever in the description or on the video, and it'll be like highly edited with wishy graphics and floaty little objects that everyone copy pastes from After Effects. The same soulless, slop you see in all of the the corpo YouTubers, as I would call them. So I'm going to ask, do you want the only review on YouTube that is not from a shill, that is completely legit and not paid for, and is not sponsored, and is not, fake? Then feast your eyes on this. This is called Becoming a Menace in Albion Online. It's by Rose, 21.3k subscribers, 26,000 views, 1 year ago. This is literally the only review that you'll ever have to watch for this game. It is chock full of spicy, crazy memes and cosplay and a whole bunch of other stuff. Very, very introspective of not only the community, but the game, the state of the game itself. A whole lot of wacky stuff goes on this video, so you should absolutely check it out. It's hilarious, it's truthful, and it'll show you the full selection of the game. I love the thumbnail. You can see that my channel avatar has like the hooded cloak with the shush thing. It's super funny. Go check it out. I highly recommend it. Frequently asked questions time. What is the best weapon line? That would be the Warlock or the Curse Staff weapon line, because it is good in all and every content. It is the hardest, best scaling punch-up weapon there is. I don't mean hardest to play, I mean hardest hitting weapon that allows you in 4.1 to kill 8.4s if they are low enough on health. Way more efficiently than any other weapon. It is great for PvE, PvP, Zerg on Zerg, dungeons, everything. So, highly recommended. I'm just a little bit bored of it. That's why I wanted to change things up a bit for this video. So, well, Benji, why don't you stream? Or, why don't you stream on Twitch? I would stream if I had better internet and I had a livable wage. Streaming doesn't really make hardly any money, and there's really no point for me to stream because the amount of time invested into it is whatever. And why I don't stream on Twitch? Because the rules on Twitch are so dumb. You can't stream snipe. You can't cheat. Not that I would cheat on Albion anyway and throw away my whole YouTube channel. No thanks. But it's just a stupid rule. You should be free to do what you want. You can't say certain words on Twitch, which is stupid. Like, they're really like, you know, baby caca doo-doo preschool insults that you can't say over on Twitch. It's really stupid. It's really dumb. Again, there's just no point, and if I were to stream on Twitch, the money earned compared to YouTube would be negligible, so, like, what's the point, really, honestly? Why are you perma-muted in Albion? Because I called the game masters and the moderators Jannies, which is short for janitor, so anytime you see the mod tag, oh look, there it is right now. I used to rally everyone, and being the most famous YouTuber, they couldn't stand this, and I would tell everyone in the chat, call them Jannies, Jannies, get out, leave, Jannies, go, Jannies, we don't want you here. And they really hated that, so instead of putting up with my shenanigans, or, you know, actually fighting back, they just perma-muted me, and that's that. But didn't you say X? X being some random horrible thing. So here's the thing. A lot of people will either go to another server where I don't have the name Swole Benji and say crap, or they will have, instead of Swole Benji, it's Swole capital I Benji, or Swole Ben JJ. That's a very huge impersonator that even runs an entire Discord pretending to be me, and even has a YouTube channel where he pretends to be me. And there's nothing I can do about it. And Albion, it's not against the rules to impersonate anyone that isn't staff, so they don't care. It is what it is. Half of it is just photoshopped slop, or someone went to like a Discord chat generator, pasted my channel avatar, typed in my name, used inspect element, whatever you want to call it. It's all fake. I don't post in anyone's Discord. I don't have any friends. I don't associate with people. I don't have any other kind of social media other than YouTube. And I don't have other channels or anything. I don't have a Reddit account. I just play the game. And sometimes I crap post on Steam forums, but not on Albion. It's all harmless crap anyway. Just getting people to reply to me. But no, I haven't posted on 4chan in years. Alright, even though there is a guy literally on there using a voice-changing AI thingy to kinda sorta sound like me that just says goofy things. I don't know why. I don't know if it's a fan or a hater. There's so many impersonators. This just happens to you when you become a YouTuber. What am I supposed to do? But so, Benji, why does Reddit hate you? I'm based, they're cringe, I believe in freedom of speech, they cry at gamer words, their favorite streamer hates me, so they have to also hate me. I'm red-pilled and they're not. I'm a schizo and they're a psycho. I'm a psycho and they're a schizo. I'm an in-real-life brokey and they're a middle-classer. I'm famous and they're not. I'm critical of the game that hurts their feels. I kicked them out of the Discord for being a weirdo furry. There was so many of those. I ganked them in a yellow zone once 5 years ago, and they're still mad about it. I'm a 4chaner, and they're a Redditor. They want me to be an incel, but I'm a girlfriend haver. I spoiled their potato farming guild, or uncovered their secret market niche, and made them lose profit in a virtual fake pixel video game. People are upset that I have always been right about stuff. I proved that a certain army veteran was scamming his viewers, and all the army bros circled the wagons because, my army dude. I'm autismal and they're a normie. I'm a neat and they're a wagey. Now, I used to be a wagey for 13 years in retail. Please never again. The employees pretending to be creators niche hates me, and that would be Shozen, Bogle, Lupak, Nizori, and his wife. Because I beat some of them up in a yellow zone, and then they banned me for 2 weeks for PvPing in a literal PvP game, even though they attacked me first. What the hell, guys? I talked crap about their favorite anime, probably. I like pineapple on pizza, and that's a crime, apparently. A Redditor made up something crazy about me, and the first person to read that crazy sentence just believed it. Every week it's something new. I can't wait to see what they make up next. With no proof, of course, and if you ask them for proof, then they never provide it. Of course they don't. Here's one I get a lot. Can I have money or free stuff? And the answer is yes. Yes, you can. I'm a billionaire. I have everything in the game. I don't mind giving friends of mine stuff. How to be my friend? Join the Discord link in the description, pass the questionnaire, and get Chatterink by being active and playing other games with me. That's all there is to it. Just play video games with me and be my friend. But you have to pass the Discord questionnaire, which is a compatibility test to see if we can be friends long-term. And I only want to have long-term friends and not short-term friends, but here's the thing. No one passes the questionnaire because everyone's either a normie privileged or some other thing that's just going to make them turn on me in the future, so it's better that it never happened in the first place. So until then, I'll just hold on to all this money and stuff in this virtual pixel game. It doesn't really matter anyway, until someone eventually comes along. And it's funny because I've tried to just give YouTubers that don't play this money just to come in and play and try out the game, and they won't even bother. They don't like the game that much. So I guess I'm just stuck with you guys that are unable to pass the questionnaire, whatever. What happened to Jimbinator? So in Minecraft, he surrounded himself with other Minecraft characters that were very left-leaning, that poisoned his Minecraft mind, and then his Minecraft girl that he had a Minecraft crush on didn't have a Minecraft crush on him. This made him very Minecraft sad, so he took his Minecraft character and he did a Minecraft thing that caused his Minecraft character to be unalived. The end. What are some other games like Albion? Well, there's Warborn, which is cheap Chinese slop and you shouldn't play it, because screw those guys, they disrespected me and didn't give me early access, but they gave clannies, which are people in clans and guilds, access over me, despite me being literally the first guy to show up in their Discord and give them support. What a bunch of assholes. There's Bitcraft, but the more I look into Bitcraft, the more woke it seems. I don't know. This one's still a maybe. We'll see what happens on the 20th, which is going to be after you watch this video, so I don't know. Ask me then. Ask me when this video goes live. I don't really know. There's not a whole lot of there's not a whole lot of MMO. There's no MMOs anymore. Everything's like freaking censored and crap. What should IP cap... I can't even read my own sentence. What should we do if IP caps get removed? Alright, so what you should do is, I have a video that's already made that explains everything that you should do. Basically, if this patch gets reverted, just go check out this video. The fastest possible start for new players, Albion Online Beginner's Guide, works in 2025, posted 7 months ago. The thumbnail looks like this. It's got the dude petting the little thing, whatever these little these marmots that I've been running around the island punching to death the whole time. He's petting them. Alright, it's like a little inside, meme joke. No one got that. I can't believe I had to explain the joke, guys. But yeah, go watch that video, or rather, just scroll down to the timestamp where it says how to continue your character, advancing your character, and, there's a few other bits that explains just how crazy the gear scaling can get. But in the current iteration of the game, there are IP caps and save zones, which means getting higher tier gear is completely and utterly pointless beyond 5.3. There's just no reason to do it. It's a waste of money and time. So either go play on the black zone, stay forever in the orange zone like I plan to do, or play something else. But yeah, you see how he's like petting a little critter here, and for me it's like, ooh, boom. What do you actually think of the game? Well, to answer that, go into Google and type the following phrase. I'll put it up on the screen for you, and that is Steam, Swolbenji, Albion Online Review. And then, once you've typed in that word, go ahead and click the link here that says Review for Albion Online Swolbenji. You'll see a big ol' review of everything wrong with the game. Oh boy. And yeah, it would be nice if they would address any of these things or apologize for these things, but it's stuff I've already ranted about in this video. How can Albion Online make it right with you, Swolbenji? Well, for starters, handwritten apology. Let's go chop chop. Second, unmute me. Jeez. Add me to the content creator program and all the perks. And you'll also have to talk to Lurkit and get them to unban me because some weirdo decided off-platform behavior banned, even though that wasn't me, that was an imposter. Whoops. Tried to tell them that, they wouldn't listen, but they're too weird to care because they're set in their ways. They're probably out protesting right now in the streets over Trump or something. Who cares? So free premium to make up for that time that Nizori attacked me in a yellow zone and then I got banned for it. Excuse me. So yeah, I want my repercussions, or what is it called? Reparations. I want my reparations. All right. You got to let me play on the private test servers with the other dweebs because, you know, whenever there's a new crystal weapon, they always get the video out like 3 days early. And, you know, I'll still let them put a video out earlier than me. I don't care. I just want to see the thing, you know, and just have it, you know, just study it, okay? And then unbanned from all socials, so that means I can now comment on Discord and YouTube and all that stuff. Like the official channel, if I try to leave a comment as Swolbenji, doesn't work, shadow banned. If you hate the game so much, why do you play it, or why do you make videos for it? So I kind of have to do this or I starve and die. Because I have no education and no connections and no luck. So it's this or the streets, baby. And I'm built for them streets. But let me tell you, do you know a game? Do you know a game that I can play? Because as soon as I find one, I'm out of here. But every game is slop, every game is garbage, every game is dead, every game is woke, every game dies in 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months. Guarantee there is nothing at all to play. Why is this frequently asked question section even here? And that is to prove that this video is not a shill video, a sponsored video, or a corpo made video. It's made by just a dude that plays video games because there's literally nothing else to do in life. Yay. Alright, that's the video. Leave a question in the comments. I read every comment, but if you ask a question that's already been answered in the video, I won't answer it. Meh. But so, you can leave a like in the video if you want. Does it even matter anymore? Click the video on the right side of your screen. There's a video on the right side of the screen right now. Click it. Hurry! Hurry and click it. If you don't click it, the next time you go to the grocery store for some deli meat for a sandwich, that meat will be short-dated. That means the date of expiration will be very, very soon. But if you do click the video, then that won't happen to you. And yeah, there you go. See you later. Mwah.